Shalom.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Shalom.
Yeah.
What's up?
What's going on, brother?
It's good, good, good.
Yeah, this time I said I'll be more punctual.
Well, that's all right. That's all right. It's all good. I was just here chilling because we celebrate the lunar Shabbat, right?
Yeah.
And according to what we believe, what I'm saying, it came in today, this evening, you know.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
So I was chilling. I wasn't doing nothing. You know what I mean?
I had to brush up on my Catholic studies over that course of time since we last
Okay.
spoke.
All right. I mean, we we stay in the water. That's what I say. Only way we're gonna stay clean, we're gonna stay in the water. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we do. Stay in the water, you know, for our own good. You know what I mean? You know.
Yeah.
All right. So what's gonna be the topic today? Where we gonna start at?
Yeah. We never got a chance to start really. We was talking about everything else.
Yeah, we was like all over the place. I guess filling each
Yeah.
other out.
Yeah.
So we can start with start with a point and we'll go from there instead of getting sidetracked and this and that.
Yeah. Yeah. We were not gonna sidetrack this time. We're gonna stick to the virgin birth
Yeah.
because like I said, I got my notes. I spoke to a couple elders in the Catholic Church,
All right.
and I'm ready.
Well, let me tell you one thing before we start.
Yeah.
Now, we're gonna get to a point to agree to disagree because I'm sure the Most High showing you something one way and He's showing me something another way. If the Most High wants us to to see things you know come on a common ground, the Most High is gonna show it like that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's like you were taught one way and I was taught another way. Now, it's great that I can understand where you're coming from, and it's great that you can understand where I'm coming from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like the Word of God says, in all you're getting, get an understanding. Because the Most High gonna get His glory anyway.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He gonna get His glory anyway, and whatever the Most High says is gonna happen, it's gonna happen. Because He don't when He says His word, it's not gonna come back void to Him.
Yeah.
So, so it is what it is. All right, where you want to start at?
Um. So, what were you before you came into the Israelite information?
What was I?
Yeah.
Um, Before I came into this to be an Israelite.
Yeah.
Let me see. I was a lot of things. Let me see.
Oh yeah,
Before,
yeah, yeah. You told me that. Okay, let me ask you
yeah, I
this.
was a lot of things.
Yeah, let
I
me
was a
ask
lot
you
of,
this. Were you ever a Christian?
oh yeah, yeah. I was a apostolic.
All right. So then you one point agreed with the virgin birth.
Yeah, I was an apostolic. I was a minister in an apostolic church in North Carolina.
All right. So why you let the devil come trick you out of that?
Well, wait, now there you go. There you go. Why let this and why let that? So I mean, we're here to study. You study the word. I mean, I'm not asking you that.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm sorry.
You know what I'm saying? There's a reason why I got this to this point, and there's a reason why you got to that point, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so I mean, we can't ask the questions why this and why that. You know what I mean? It's
right.
the Most High wants us to be there. Real quick, let me read your scripture. Real quick, let's start it off like that, like this. All right. It just dropped in my spirit. All right. This is Proverbs. All right. Proverbs chapter. Let me see. Proverbs chapter 20, verse 24. Let me know when you get there.
1 second. Okay, KJV.
King James Version, not no Muslim Bible.
Yeah, I gotta watch you.
Okay.
What is this? Okay, that's me. It's gonna do me like that. KJV.
You got kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear him in the background.
Yeah, he already being bad.
All praise. All praise.
All right. Oh my god. Okay. This should be it right here. I got it. Oh, I got it now.
I'll hold it for 1 second. Let me get my other translator. I want to get the NLT too. Hold on. All right. Because sometimes it's always good to get comparative scripts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right. You there?
Yeah. Wait,
Okay.
now where? What?
Proverbs 20, verse 24.
Proverbs 20 verses. All right. Yeah, we're here.
Okay. It says, man's goings are of the Lord. How can a man then understand his own way? So the reason why I brought that verse up is, we're here where we're at, because of the Most High. We may think we have, what I'm saying, free will, but everything that we do is already predestined. You see what I'm saying? So if I ask you why you there, or you ask me why I'm here, it's because of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? And that's the bottom line. What does that verse mean to you?
Yeah, that's simply talking about it's really talking about King Ahaz. Back Isaiah 7:14 when they asked King Ahaz to ask for a sign from the Lord. He said, "Nah, I'm good," and he went with the sorcerers and magicians. He figured he'll go his own way.
So you tell me that don't apply to us. That don't apply to us.
That applies to us if we think we can lead ourselves.
Exactly. That's just what I said. Okay,
Right.
let me read it.
And that's what I said. I was using King Ahaz as an
Okay,
example.
so you agree with what I said. That's all.
Yeah.
Let's go to I'm going to read the same verse. This is in the GNT, Good News Bible. It says 20 verse 24. It says, "The Lord has determined our path. How then can anyone understand the direction his own life is taking?" Okay? That's like the scripture that says tomorrow is not promised to you. Do you know what's going to happen to you tomorrow?
No.
Okay, well, there you go. So yeah, we think, what I'm saying, that we're making the decisions, what I'm saying, this and that. But the Most High is pulling the strings.
Right.
All right, so where do you want to go?
Yeah. So So at one point you believed in a virgin birth, and then you came across other information where you did you no longer believed in it, correct?
Okay. All right.
So what turned you away from the virgin birth?
What turned me away?
Right.
I mean, what turned me away from the virgin birth is just information. You know what I'm saying? Certain informations, okay, that I believe that the Most High open my understanding too. You know what I mean? I
Okay.
mean, like you know how some people say, you know, it's blind faith. This is not blind faith because there's facts. You know, there's facts. Like I was trying to you know, explain to you yesterday about the seed and this and that. You know, and about numbers 1 and 18. Okay, for you to be whoever you are, okay, it's by the seed of your father. Because if you take a apple seed and plant it in China, it's still gonna come out of apple.
Yeah,
Take an
but
orange.
Numbers 1 and 18 was a bad example because
Well, well, well.
they were going to
Okay,
war.
okay, but still, the point is not the war. The point is, and I gave you another precept to go with it. How they couldn't show that they was Israelites because they couldn't prove that they're who their father was. Okay, that's okay. Facts like that, and open my understanding for me to see certain things. I mean, if you disagree, okay, I mean that's on you. You know what I'm saying? But you're asking me what changed, and I'm showing you. Now you
Okay.
can't sit there and say, well, but this, but that. No, I'm telling you, you know what I'm saying, what what I'm saying changed me into believing this and that,
Right.
this and that. You know what I'm saying?
Can I share with you what kept me believing in virgin birth?
So hold on, let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me finish first.
Right.
So, like I believe that you are whoever your father is.
Okay.
So for so-called Jesus Christ to be from the tribe of Judah, okay, his father had to be a Judite, okay, and in the scriptures he says he was made under the law. You know what I'm saying? So according to the law, when a man and woman come together, they're going to have a child. You know what I'm saying? And so on, so on, so on, so forth. I mean, upon other things that the Most High revealed to me in this truth right here. Because, like I said, I told you, I've been a fiber center. I was a
Right.
Muslim. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I was a Christian. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I used to follow Dr. Europe. I've been in a lot of schools of thoughts. You know what I'm saying? And I believe where I'm at right now. Okay, this is I believe. But if the Most High open my mind to something else, you know what I'm saying? Let the Most High's will be done. But right now, that this is where I'm at.
Right. So let's actually read the virgin birth story. So uh well
Where you want to go? You want to go to Luke?
so so let me get this straight. So you believe Jesus Christ was born like every other man, just man, woman.
Exactly. You know why? You know why I believe that? Before you
Right.
get into any detail, you know why I believe that? Why would Christ be an example for his disciples to do certain things? Because he said you could do much more. Why would be an example for his disciples, okay, if he wasn't made like them?
Well, he was made like them, but he wasn't born the way they were born. But he was made like them. Like
But
for
but
example,
but still, hold on. But still,
you gonna let me talk at
it
all?
no, hold on. But still, if he didn't have no earthly father and he's telling his disciple, you could do like me, they're gonna say, well, we can't be like you. You know what I'm saying? Your father is the most high. You see what I'm saying? Wouldn't that discourage you?
I don't recall him ever saying be like him, but I do recall him telling them they gotta have faith. So Jesus' point of being born was to be the ultimate sacrificial lamb, so that
Okay.
the sins that was owed to Israelites can be paid. So
Okay.
no other man or woman can be born like everybody else, mother, father, and then be a worthy sacrifice for mankind. So
Okay.
God himself had to intervene, and it had something to do with that. So this is why the Bible says Christ Jesus being in the form of God. I don't know what man who
Yeah,
was born from
what
man and
verse?
woman.
What verse? What verse is that?
This is Philippians 2:5 and 6. Okay,
Hold on.
right. Yeah, I don't know what man who was born from mother and woman was in the form of God. And,
Hold
and,
on.
and
Hold
then it
on.
says, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. So I don't know what man who don't have an earthly father, not a God father, who's seen as to be equal with God, the Father.
Okay, Philippians. So you believe in the Trinity? What's it? 3 and what?
And again,
Philippians what?
Philippians 2, verse 5 and 6.
Okay. All right. Philippians 2, verse 5 and 6. All right. Okay, I'm there.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. Let me
So
get my highlight. Let me get my highlight. Hold on one second. All right, go ahead.
yeah. So I don't know what man who was born from a mother and father had these type of attributes. So it says, let this mind be in you, which also was in Christ Jesus. Who
Okay, hold on. Where you at now?
had
Where you at now?
this is Philippians chapter 2, verses 5 and 6.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. The only time somebody can be in the form of God and be equal to God, I mean, God has something to do with his birth, not a man. A man could never produce something like that.
So that's your exegesis on that verse, right?
What happened?
That's your breakdown of that, right?
That's what it says in plain English. It's not a breakdown.
Okay.
I read it in plain English.
You know, English is deceiving, right?
No, it's not. We're talking
Yes,
English
English.
now. We're talking
English
right
is
now, and we are communicating properly. We have not
yeah,
been.
but English is deceiving though.
No, it's not. It's a simple language when you learn it. When you actually
I'm talking
educate
about
yourself.
when it's written down. Don't you
No,
know?
no, it's not. No, it's not,
Don't you know when the scriptures are translated in English, it leaves out a lot of stuff. You know that for a fact.
brother. I know the translation is. I know what the transliteration is, but Spanish, okay? When somebody says "hola," right? That can be translated in
Mhm.
English as "hi," but that doesn't mean it's evil. That just means it's a different way to say "hi." That's all. But let me add this. Let me add this. So you can't read verses in English and then say it says what it says. But when I read verses in English, all of a sudden it's evil. Like we can't do that. We can't pick and
Nobody,
choose.
nobody, nobody said it was evil. All I'm saying is, you know, a lot of time when we're breaking down scriptures, we got to make sure it
Brother,
says what
that's
it
in plain
says.
English.
Okay, all right.
That's in plain English. Like there's nothing
Well,
evil about it.
I'm looking at it real quick.
This
Hold
is
on.
not a Muslim Bible. This is a regular King James Bible, and it says what it says. That's why us Catholics. This is why we stick with the virgin birth.
Okay, now my breakdown for the scripture right here. Okay, verse 6 says, "Who being in the form of God. Okay, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. So that first God, what is that referring to? Being in the form of God. That's basically referring to basically Christ, right? Christ is in the form of God, right?
That's what it
That's
says.
what it's, that's what it's talking about, right?
Right.
Though it will not though it not be robbery to be equal with God.
Right.
Okay. Now, according to how we break that down, okay, like in John 1:1, these two words for God are doesn't mean the same thing if you go to the
Brother,
Greek.
brother, all it's saying is that Jesus Christ is being in the form of a God. Whether it's big G, little G, I don't care. It's saying he's in the form of a God. This is when
Okay,
he
well,
walked the earth. When he walked the
okay,
earth, he's in the form. And then it says, thought it not robbery to be equal with God. So this verse, from what I take from, is talking about the same God twice.
okay. That's your interpretation.
But either way, it says God and it said Jesus was the form of God. That's not interpretation. That's actually English. It says Jesus is in the form of God. Now, can you?
Okay,
Yeah.
that word for God right there is
Okay.
not equal with the other word for God. They're
Okay.
they're they're not equal. Those they're not the same words.
Okay. So,
I'm gonna
what is the
I'm gonna show
word?
you. I'm gonna show
Right. Right.
you.
Okay. Come on. Let's do this.
I'm gonna show you.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay, go to Bible Hub like you did before.
No, I like Strong's letter, so I'm gonna go to
No,
Strong.
because Strong's. I don't. I
Yeah.
mean, Strong's going to put in two words as the same.
Yeah. I'm gonna do Bible Hub. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm gonna do
You do
Strong's Blue letter.
Strong's. I'll do Bible Hub.
Yeah. I'm gonna do Blue letter, and you do Bible.
Okay, yeah. You do Blue Letter. I'll do Bible
Yeah.
Hub.
You do whatever you want. Okay.
Philippians.
Okay. Okay. So the word God here in the okay, my bad. Okay, here we go. In the form of God is no 23:16 is the normal father, bro. And then it got yeah. So both gods are 23:16. So it's just talking about the father.
23:16. You're saying, right? Hmm. Say with God, deity, especially the supreme divinity, figurative, and majesty by. Okay, 2 and 6. 2 and 6. Philippians 2 and 6. Greek. 2 and 6.
Uh,
2 and 6. Form of God. Okay, all right. So
yeah,
look, let's go back to the King James. Now, the important word here,
yeah.
okay,
Please,
in verse 6, it says who being in the form
right,
of God.
right,
Okay, in the form of God. Okay,
right.
what does it mean to be in the form? That word form.
Well, form means molded. So are we going to do? Are we going to? Let me get this straight.
Yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. You know what I'm
Okay, wait,
saying?
wait, wait. Hold on.
That's
So
how you get the understanding of what the scripture
and
is
I
saying.
only understand it because I speak good English and I understand good English. I know what form means and I know what being means. I know what type of verb it is. That's a gerund. So when it comes to these words, I know what they are. And
Okay.
it's saying that he's in the form of the Father. That means he's molded, he's shaped in the likeness of the Father. And then it
Okay,
says,
molded in shape, but that doesn't mean that he is the Father.
brother, I never this verse doesn't say that. This verse says
Okay,
that he's
well,
in the
okay.
image.
I just want to get an understanding.
No. This verse says he's in the likeness of the Father, in the
Okay,
form.
he's in the form. Okay, all right,
Yeah.
all right. So okay, go ahead. What's the point?
So I don't know a man in the Bible who was born from man and woman who was in the form of the Father and then being equal with the Father, because he's also in verse 6, he's being equal with the, even though he's not the Father, he's being equal as the Father when he was born.
In the form, though it not robbery.
Only the Father's Son can do that. Nobody else, no other man's son can do that.
Okay, so I mean, I got no problem with that. Okay, he is the Son, as long as you understand that. I mean, I can agree with you with that. Okay, basically he was the first spirit that was created. Okay, I understand that. I got no problems with that.
No, it's not a spirit. This is his actual birth. So when he came through Mary,
hold on.
Yeah.
Before he was manifested in the flesh, he was a spirit first.
Yeah, okay, but I'm not talking about spirits. I'm talking about flesh now.
Okay. Well,
Philippians is talking about when it says Christ Jesus, it's talking about a flesh, and that's why he said he's in a form. Because it said he's in a form now. He took a form.
Okay. He's a form. He's in the form of the Most High, which means he's not sinning. Okay. He's walking. He's walking as a righteous man.
That's your interpretation. You just made that up. It said he's in a form. I mean, that's the way he came. He was a baby in the form. He grew up in the form, and now Philippians is talking about the form, and it says he's equal with the Father. That's all it's saying. It's nothing more, nothing less. Now,
okay, hold on. I need to do one more thing.
Yeah.
One more thing. I need to get the understanding of the word equal.
Of who? Equal?
The word equal.
Yeah. Okay. So when you do 5 + 3 equals, it's going to be 8. So that means 5 + 3 is the same as the number 8.
Okay. So similar. Let's say similar.
No. When it deals with equal, when you said equal.
Okay. So you saying the Most High's creation is equal to him?
Brother, I'm reading what Philippians is saying. It said that it's not robbery for Jesus to be equal with God.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Right.
So the Most High's creation is equal to him.
Did we just read that?
No, I'm asking you.
Well, why are you asking me? I'm just reading the Bible.
I'm saying so you're telling me that the Most High creation is equal to him.
Wait, where did it say he created Christ?
What do you mean? How else did Christ come about?
Can you find me? Now you talking about the Spirit, right? Because I could show how he helped Mary give birth to Christ. But if you say in the Spirit Christ, you got to show me the Bible first when God created the Spirit Christ.
Oh, you want to know when Christ was created, basically.
That's for you, because you're asking me a question. You said
no. The reason why I'm asking this question because you said in this verse.
No, I didn't say it. I read it. I didn't make
it. So hold on. So you're reading and you're understanding.
No, it's not understanding. It's just plain English. Like a 6-year-old can read this and just get what it says.
Okay, so you're telling me, okay, because I'm seeing something. Okay, I'm seeing something different.
Right, but just say I'm reading to you. Cause I'm not telling you anything. I'm reading to you.
You're reading to me, and you're giving me your understanding.
No, not understanding. I'm just reading to you what the Bible says.
You're telling me that the Most High's creation is equal to him.
I'm not telling you that. I'm not. I'm reading Philippians 2 and 6.
Okay, well that's not what it's telling me.
But what is it? How do you read that? Can you read verse 5 and 6?
It's telling me.
No. But can you just read it for me so I can understand? I know we got the same book. And we're gonna do different translations too.
No, I'm reading the King James.
Yeah, no, but I'm gonna do different translations because you like to do comparative studies, so we're gonna
Okay.
do that.
Okay. Which one you want to go into? Because I got the GNT and I got the
All right, so
I got
but
good
first,
news and I got the L the
first, first, can you just read in the King James Philippians 2, 5
Okay,
and 6?
I just got ready to do that.
I got it.
Okay, this is King James, verse 5 and 6, right?
Yep.
It says, "Let this mind be in you,
Mm-hmm.
which was also in Christ Jesus."
Right.
Verse 6, "Who, being in the form of God, thought it not robbery to be equal with God."
Okay.
Okay. Now, like I said, like I said, this is what I see. You're not going to agree with it, but this is
Okay.
what I see.
All
All
right, we can
right.
see what you want to see. Yeah.
Or whatever, however you want to take it. Okay. I see, okay, that Christ wasn't being equal to the Most High. Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, Christ wasn't being equal to the Most High. He was being equal. Okay, when it says thought it not robbery to be equal with God, it's talking about the angels. That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about the Most High.
Angels?
Yeah, yeah, it's talking about the angels, the Elohim.
Nah.
That's what it's talking about. It's not talking about the Most High. Because you know why? Because the Most High creation is not equal to Him.
Um. Okay, so let's go with that. Let's go with that.
Okay. All right.
Let's go with he's not equal. Okay.
No, no, he's not equal. You're right. He's not equal to the Most High. But right
Right.
here, like I
Okay.
said, it's talking
So
about the angels.
right. So I mean, but listen, let's just go with that. Let's just go
Okay.
with he's not equal. Okay. So let
Okay.
me just leave
Right.
that point. Let's just go with that. He's not equal
Oh, to the Most
to the
High.
Father, but
Okay. All right.
he's up there according to this verse.
Of course, he's up there. Of course.
In the flesh.
Of course, he was a special man in the flesh. He was a Lamb of God. We
Right.
know that.
How can a man and woman give birth to the spiritual Jesus that was here from the beginning?
His spirit was here.
Right.
Christ,
How can a
Christ.
man and woman listen to the question? How can a
Okay.
simple man and woman have sex and give birth to a spirit who's damn near eternal, who was here before? How can a
Okay.
man and woman do that?
Okay. Let me answer that. Let me
Yeah.
answer the question.
Yeah.
Okay. When a person dies, where did their flesh go?
Goes back to the ground.
And where did their spirit go?
The Father.
Okay. So a man and a woman, they didn't give birth to the spirit. They gave birth to the flesh.
Yeah, but how did this become? How did that man become 2 and 5, 2 and 6?
Hold on. I got a scripture for you. Hold on.
Yeah, no, I just a simple question. Like,
No,
how did a man and woman give
I'm going
birth?
to,
Because
I'm
you
going to
just
show you.
admit you just okay, no problem. Well, okay, so while you do that, let me talk. While you look for the script, let me talk.
Okay, go ahead.
So you just said that Jesus was here long before man in the spirit,
I said the spirit was.
right? I just said that. You said Jesus in the spirit was here long before man and woman. So how can a simple man and woman give birth to the spirit Jesus in the flesh?
You still didn't understand what I said. You still didn't understand my answer. You didn't understand my
Because
answer.
it didn't make any sense.
It didn't make no sense to you. Because you know why? Because you're not open minded.
No, you don't want to act like when we read the form of God, you try to make something else out of that. That's in plain English. Okay. So anyway, how about go to Galatians? Let's go somewhere different. Go to
No,
Galatians chapter 4.
hold on. I got the scripture I was looking for.
We're getting stuck. See, that's the thing. We're getting
No,
stuck.
I'm not stuck. I just gave you the answer. And we can
Okay,
move
fine.
on.
Okay, I got the answer. So let's move on. Let's, because we'll get stuck. And like you said, we'll just agree to disagree. So let's go to
Okay,
Galatians.
let me just get this one scripture that I was looking for, then we can move on. This is a book of Hebrews. Hebrews chapter 10. Hebrews chapter 10. Let's go with, let me see, verse 5. You there?
Yeah.
Okay, it says, wherefore, when he cometh into the world, he saith, sacrifice and offering, and thou wouldst not, but a body hast thou prepared me. So that a body was prepared for that spirit, and it was of the union of Joseph and Mary.
All right. So anyway, let's go further. Go to Galatians chapter
What
4.
chapter?
4.
All right.
Read verse 4.
Hold on. Galatians chapter 4,
Verses 4.
verse 4. Okay. I like that scripture.
Yeah.
I like that. I got that highlighted too.
That's a good one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the scripture I be using all the time.
Right.
The shows that Christ basically he did the law because he was made under the law. Let me read it.
Yeah, read verse 4.
Okay. It says, but when the fullness of the time was come,
Yep.
God sent forth his son.
Whose son?
God sent forth his son.
Oh, so that's God's son, right? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Made of a woman.
Not a man, made of a woman, right?
Made of a woman.
Right.
Made
Singular.
under the law.
Good.
Okay, now when it says made under the law, what does that mean?
That means that he was circumcised. Everything a Jewish person would go through.
Well, he wasn't Jewish.
How?
He wasn't Jewish.
Who?
Christ wasn't Jewish.
Yes, he was.
Christ was from the tribe of Judah.
He's a Jew.
Yeah, you said Jewish.
Right, same thing. Yeah, I'm not doing semantics.
No, it's not. Check it out. I'm gonna tell you why.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna tell you why. You know what I mean? Because when we speak, you know what I'm saying, we got to mean what we say and say what we mean, right? When a person says that they're Jewish, that means that they're pertaining to a Jew. Christ was the real thing. Like if you have a bluish shirt on, okay, it's not blue, it's pertaining to blue. If I say you was childish, what does that mean?
So what does Swedish
You're acting like a child.
What about Swedish? What does Swedish mean?
Come on, man.
I'm asking you. You said the ish means pertaining to. What is Swedish?
That's semantics right there.
No. You said the ish. I'm showing you how that does not always apply.
Swedish. Look. I'm not talking about Swedish. I'm talking about the when you add ish on the end of a word.
No.
Okay.
You're using the ish as a adjective. But when you say Jewish, when you say Swedish, that's more of a nationality.
Okay. Look, find me the word Jewish in the King James Bible.
I'm saying that in plain English.
No. Okay. Find the word Jewish in the King James Bible.
But let's go back to 4 and 4.
No. Okay. Exactly.
Let's not get hung up.
Exactly.
Right, because it makes no sense.
No.
So right here, God sent forth his son. This is God's son, who was made of a woman, made under the law.
Okay.
So
what are you saying? Just because that verse said he was made of a woman, that means he
like his brethren. All of his brethren was made of a woman.
All his brother. You know what? You're putting your foot in your mouth because his brethren had an earthly father, right?
Some of them did, but most of them did.
Listen, aren't we his brethren?
We are, yeah.
Okay, so don't we have an earthly father?
Is Adam their brother?
Adam had a father too.
Oh.
Adam had an earthly father.
Who?
What you mean who?
Who?
Let me see.
You just made that up, bro. Come on, man.
No, I didn't. Look, Adam. See, we going into other things and this and that.
No. Read to me in the King, like
now
you told
I gotta
me.
break it down.
No. You told me read Jewish in the King James Bible. Read to me in the King James Bible, Adam having an earthly father.
Okay, hold on.
I gotta hear this.
Let me find that. Let me find
Yeah,
it.
please.
Let me find that. Let me see.
And then after that, go find Melchizedek father.
I know he didn't. Melchizedek. He was like a. He was like a What's it called again? Called again. Let me see. He was like an angel or something like that.
No, because
He
he
didn't.
was a priest. No, he was a priest.
He he
He
didn't
was a
have
priest.
no. He didn't have no earthly father, bro. You know that he didn't.
Bro, he had a priest. I
Melchizedek.
mean,
Melchizedek. He was like an angel.
Melchizedek was a priest. He was a priest. He was not an angel. He was a priest. Read to me in the Bible, we could do that game. Read to me where Melchizedek was an angel. You're not gonna find that, bro. It said he was a priest.
Okay. So he was
That
a
means he
priest.
was a Levite. If he was a priest,
No. He was under a different order.
Okay, you make it. All right, look, well, read, find it for me. So find his newer order of Melchizedek.
No. He was under. Bro,
But
slow
first,
down, slow down, slow down. You asked me
right.
four
Well,
different things.
listen. You're busy looking for Adam's dad. All right, so let's find that first.
Did you tell me to go look for it?
Right. So let's do that. But why are you talking about other things? Let's
No,
find Adam's father.
you were just speaking about other things. You
Right,
just
because
asked me.
I'm trying to look. I don't want to be a quiet phone call while you're searching. I'm going to talk until you find it.
Okay, you're asking me five different questions. One thing at a time.
Okay, fine. Just go ahead and find Adam's father.
Okay, now I said Adam had a mother and a father. I probably can't prove that.
Right, because Adam was created by God Himself. We both know that. Okay, it explains how he was created in chapter 2, verses 7. Okay, so when you made that up, that was you talk about being deceptive, and I was being deceptive because everybody, Muslim, Jew, gangster, everybody know Adam had no father and mother. Everybody know that. Come on, man. That's one of the most popular stories in the Bible.
Oh, so you believe Adam and Eve were the first people on the planet Earth?
I said nothing about that. I'm talking about their fathers.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I want to stick to what I said. So now Adam is their brother, and he don't have a mother and father, and so was Melchizedek. He's their brother. He don't have a father and mother. So you can have a brother who don't necessarily have a father and mother. Now, so this right here says God.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you get that. I'm gonna let you get that because you're right. I can't find that in there. You know, I'm going to admit it. I can't find Adam had a mother and father. So, you know, what I'm saying you got that one.
All right, so go to Hebrews chapter 2. Read verse 16.
Let me see.
Hebrews chapter 2, verse 16.
All right. Hebrews 2 and 16. It says, "For verily he took not on him the nature of angels." Okay. Because hold on. Because remember I said in Philippians,
right?
Remember I said those when it said God, he was talking about angels. So this scripture, you know, basically to me goes along with it.
That's why I let it go. But that's why I said, okay, I'll let it go, right?
Okay. For verily he took not on him the nature of angels. Okay. Yep. But he took on him the seed of Abraham. Okay, so what's up with that?
See?
Okay.
Told you.
He took on him the seed of Abraham. And who had okay, now that word seed, okay, what does that word seed mean to you?
It can mean different things in the Bible.
So what does it mean right there?
It means offspring.
Or basically semen, right?
No, that's not the word for semen.
Of course, it's not going to say semen in the English.
It actually says semen in English. When the Bible was
in the scripture, it's not going to say that.
Right. No. The Bible does mention semen in the Bible. Okay.
I'm talking about for that. I know it does, but I'm talking about
right
here.
And they have
right
so what I'm saying is that there's a word for semen, and there's a
I'm
word
talking about in the Greek. I'm not talking about the Hebrew.
I got you.
Right here for the Greek.
Gotcha. So that means offspring, child, or an actual mustard seed, like an actual seed of a plant.
Okay, keep on reading. I know there's more. I know there's more for it.
That's it.
Hold on. Hebrews 2 and 16. 2 and 16. Okay, Hebrews 2 and 16. Okay, the word for seed is sperma. In the Greek, it's called sperma. Go to the Greek.
Yeah. Now, what does sperma mean?
Sperma,
Right.
okay, is from which a plant germinates.
There you go.
Okay, well this is not talking about a plant. Okay,
Okay. Keep reading.
I'm keep reading. Okay, a seed, a grain or a kernel. We're not talking about that.
Right.
I say metaphor, a seed, a residue, a few survivor reserved germ. No, it's not talking about that.
Right.
Seminal virile. So basically, it's talking about that. The product of this semen,
Oh
seed,
no. You made that up.
children,
No, you made that up.
offspring.
It
No,
means offspring or child. As a matter of fact, let's go to different
yeah,
translations.
yeah.
Listen,
It's in the I'm in the blue letter.
brother, it don't matter where you at. If you read, like you said before, we compare studies, right? Data.
Okay.
If you read other translations in the Bible, none of them would ever say sperm. No, there's not one translated by that says
I,
sperm. Okay,
who said it says sperm? I'm saying what the word seed means.
right? It means offspring, or
Okay.
or or
Okay.
actual plant.
Okay. Okay. So but he took on him the seed of Abraham, which means the offspring of Abraham, right?
Right, right,
Okay, so called Jesus Christ was the offspring of Abraham, right?
right.
So basically, he was of the lineage of Judah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I agree with that.
Okay. Can you read? Can you go down to verse 9?
Go up to verse 9, you mean?
Verse 9, please. Up or
Okay,
down.
it says, but we see Jesus, who was made a little lower than the angels, okay,
Uh-huh.
for the suffering of death,
Right.
crowned with glory and honor,
Keep
that
reading.
he by the grace of God should taste death for every man.
Right.
Okay.
So hold on. Let me add to it. So Jesus was not on the angel level. He was made slightly lower than an angel, so he can taste death. So he can actually be sacrificed. Because if he's an
Yeah,
angel,
yeah.
he's not going to die on the cross.
But
So
I'm saying
here,
when okay,
here,
go ahead.
here,
Go
here,
ahead.
it
Go
says,
ahead.
and don't forget. It says he was made of a woman, and he was made a little lower than the angels.
Okay, okay. So let me know when you finish.
Done.
Okay. Now it says, but we see Jesus who was made a little lower than the angels. You know why he was made a little lower than the angels?
God was his father.
No, no, no. Hold on. He was made a little lower than the angels because he came into the world in a fleshly body. That's why he
Right.
was
And
made a
God
little
was his
lower than the
father.
angels. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Let me
To a
finish.
woman and God. Right. I agree.
Let me finish.
Uh-huh.
Made a little lower than the angels. Okay. Basically to be the Lamb of God. Okay. To die for Israel. Okay. And he was the product. Okay. Between a man and a woman coming together. That's why I said he took on the seed of Abraham.
He was made of a woman, and being made of a woman, as God is his father, he was made a little lower than the angels so he can die on the cross.
Okay. All right. All right. What's your next scripture? What's your next one?
My bad to put you on mute because the baby was
Yeah, that's all right.
okay. Now, okay, so I just want to point out how he was actually made. Like no man with a mother and father, earthly mother and father, could be born a little lower than angels. Now, let's go to let's go to. Do you want to go to Matthew chapter 1?
Oh yeah, let's go to the genealogy.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let's go to the genealogy.
You sure?
Yeah, let's go to the genealogy.
That might not be a good idea.
Good idea for who?
You.
Why?
That's gonna support me.
Bro, look. It don't matter. It doesn't matter how I support you. I know where I'm at, just like you know where you're at, right?
Right.
Okay, so it doesn't really matter. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm gonna believe what I'm, what the Lord showed me.
Well, the Lord is showing you some things right now through me. All praise.
Okay.
Hallelujah.
You're right. He is showing me some things through you.
That's right. All
You're
praise
right
to hallelujah.
You're right about that. You sure right.
But this is great though. Both of us are learning things.
All right, go ahead. Where you at?
Yeah, so the genealogy is going to support me.
Okay, go ahead.
So in Matthew's 1, what does that say? What does that say in Matthew's 1? Verse 1.
Okay, it says the book of the generation of Jesus Christ. Okay. Right. The son of David, the son of Abraham. Let me ask you a question after you finish. You're doing your little breakdown.
No, you go ahead. You can ask a question.
What does the word generation mean?
That means the let's look it up. Don't have me guessing.
Look at the word generation.
Don't have me guessing.
Tell me what it means. I mean, you can go to the blue letter, or you can go to the regular dictionary.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the regular dictionary, and I'm gonna go to blue. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, so the dictionary says all of the people born and living at about the same time, regarded collectively, and then it says the production of something. So generation in the dictionary says the production of something.
Hold on, I spelled it wrong. Yeah.
And then I'm gonna go to Wikipedia. Yeah, so Wikipedia says the generation refers to all of the people born and living at about the same time, regarded collectively. It can also be described as the average period generally considered to be about 20-30 years during which children are born and grow up, become adults, and begin to have children.
Okay. Okay, now what is the root word of generation?
I don't know the root word of generation.
Yes.
What's the root word of generation?
The root word of generation is genes, right?
That's what you're telling me.
Yes. So basically,
where'd you get that from?
Look it up. I mean, Google it. If you don't believe me, Google it.
I just Googled it, and I didn't see gene as the root word.
Because gene has something to do with your blood. Okay. When a child is born, where do they get? Where does the child get most of their blood from? They get it from their father.
Yeah, can we just read Matthew's 1 and 1 because
hold on, let me finish.
Yeah. No, we're going to disagree here because I read it. I read it, and you told me to read. You told me to read it. I read it. It said nothing about genes. You're adding that. Can we just read the genealogy?
So I'm just giving you some information, bro.
Yeah, but let's get that after we read it.
No, after we read it, I mean, it's getting kind of late. I ain't gonna be here all night.
Yeah, exactly. See, we don't read. When I talk to you, we don't read Bible. We just hear you give your opinion on stuff.
Hear me.
The word, the holy word.
You just hear. Wait a minute. You just hear me.
Right. Just talking about the Bible, but you don't actually read the verses.
And you don't say nothing.
No, but we don't have time. Listen, can we read the Bible, please?
You're funny, bro. You're funny.
Can we read the Bible? Yes or no?
I just read it. The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David and the son of Abraham. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Go all the way down?
Nah, not all the way down.
What do you want? What's the next scripture you want me to read?
No, you're gonna start from, if you can, start from verse 1, and we'll end about verse, let's say 6. So just 6 verses.
Okay. Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac begot Jacob, and Jacob begot Judas.
Okay, wait.
And his
So
brethren.
right, so let's just make sure we agree on this. Abraham begot Isaac because Abraham is his father, right?
Right.
Isaac begot Jacob because Isaac is Jacob's father. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Okay. And Judas begot Pharez and Zorah, Tamar, and
Tamar.
Pharez.
Wait. So who's Tamar?
Who's Tamar? I don't
Yeah.
know. Who is he?
That's Judah's wife.
Okay.
So when it says
Pharez and Zerah.
Wait. Stop.
Tamar.
Brother, I'm trying to point out something real fast.
Go ahead.
There's a reason why they're adding women to the genealogy. For this is genealogy, right? It's women added to it. They added to it for a reason. So it says Judas begot Pharez and Zerah, and who is Pharez and Zerah of?
It says of Thamar. Okay.
Right. So when a man has a boy, a son, it's called he begets them. When a man is of his mother or belongs to his mother, it's going to use the word of, the preposition I explained last time. So it says Judas begot Pharez and Zerah, and Pharez and Zerah is of their mother Tamar. Go ahead.
Okay, so hold on. So you're saying that Pharez and Zerah don't have no father?
We just read their father. You read it. You said Judas, right?
Yeah. Okay, but you just said of their mother. I'm
right.
trying to understand what you're saying. What you're telling me.
Okay, so slow down. Listen to me. It just said Judas begot Pharez and Zerah, so we know their father is Judas, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And who's their mother?
And the mother's Tamar. Okay.
And but how do we know Tamar is their mother? Because it says they are of Tamar, correct?
Okay.
Right. So in the Bible, the men begets and the children are of their mother. Okay, finish.
Okay. All right. And Pharez begot Eshram, and Eshram begot Aram,
right.
And Aram begot Amminadab, and Amminadab begot Nasan, and Nasan begot Salmon, and Salmon begot Boaz of Rahab.
Rahab. Okay, wait.
I know who Rahab is.
Wait. I know, but it's like how you stop. Look, we just broke down Philippians 2 and 5. I didn't complain. You said, what does equal mean? What does being mean? What is form? And I went there with you. I didn't complain. So now I'm saying let's slow down on these verses because they're here for a reason. So Salmon begot Booz, and Booz's mother is Rechab because it says Booz is of Rechab. Okay.
All right. Let me read more now.
Yeah.
Okay, and Booz begot Obed of Ruth.
Stop. So
Obed of Ruth.
Okay. Wait. Ruth is the mother of Obed because it says Obed is of Ruth. So Booz begot Obed. Okay, continue.
And Obed begot Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
And Jesse begot David the king. And David the king begot Solomon of her that had been the wife of Uriah. So that's Bathsheba.
Who's that her?
Huh?
Who's that her they're talking about?
Bathsheba.
Right. So it says David the king begot Solomon, and Solomon was of Bathsheba, correct?
Okay.
Okay, go to verse 16.
Okay, 16. And Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary,
right,
of whom was born Jesus, who is called Christ.
Did you catch it?
Okay.
Did you catch it?
Did I catch what?
Who did Jacob begot?
So you trying to say?
No, I'm not trying to say. I'm just reading. I didn't say anything. I said, did you catch it? I didn't say anything.
Hold, listen. Can I explain what I'm thinking in my mind?
But you're putting words in my mouth, though. I didn't say anything.
Okay, this is what I'm thinking in my mind.
Okay,
this is I'm thinking in my mind. Okay, you might not have said nothing, but this is I'm thinking in my mind. Okay.
Go ahead.
Can I explain to you what I'm thinking in my mind?
Go ahead.
Okay, this is what I'm thinking in my mind. So since it wasn't presented like that, this is saying that it's supporting your statement that Christ didn't have no father.
Who did Jacob begot?
Jacob begot Joseph.
Who did Joseph beget?
And Joseph, which was the husband of Mary,
Right.
Okay, it's telling you
Oh,
was the husband.
wait.
You
He's
just
the
asked
husband.
me.
Wait, slow down for a second because we're skipping past prepositions. Joseph, the husband of Mary, remember it means belong to. So Joseph belongs to Mary.
Joseph.
And Mary, of whom was born Jesus. So Jesus and Joseph both belong to Mary, but Joseph ain't beget nobody.
And Jacob begot Joseph,
Right? He's the daddy.
the husband of Mary.
Right?
Okay,
Joseph is a husband.
Joseph is the husband
Yep.
husband of Mary, of whom was born.
Yeah, the last name was Mary, right? So Mary, of whom was born Jesus. That's why I say it's made of a woman.
Okay, now can I break it down how I see it?
That, that's plain
Okay,
English.
okay. To you, it's plain.
to a
Okay,
7-year-old.
okay. Well, you're 7. Okay, now it says, and Jacob begot Joseph.
Right?
Okay. Now Joseph is telling me is a husband of Mary.
Right.
Okay. Now a man and a wife. Okay.
Right.
They come together. Okay. They have a child.
No,
Okay.
no, no,
Wait,
no,
wait a minute. This
no,
is how
no,
I'm seeing it.
no,
You
no,
can
no, no,
say,
no, because Zacharias
oh
and
my God,
Elizabeth was married. They had no kids.
bro. Can I
Yeah,
break it
but you're
down how I see
inserting
it?
stuff there, brother. You're inserting
Listen,
stuff, man. But you're
listen.
not
If
you're
you
not
don't
reading it. You're not reading it. Joseph
listen,
didn't beget
listen,
anybody.
listen,
It would have plainly said Joseph begot Jesus. Plainly.
bro, bro. You can't make nobody believe the way you believe.
No, I'm reading it. It's
Okay, you
plain.
can read it all you want, but you
Okay,
gotta, you
so
gotta, you gotta
go to your
respect,
different go to your different translations because see, you pick and choose when you want to do certain things. Go to
bro.
your
Listen
different
to me.
translations.
You can't sit here and basically and orchestrate how I see something.
But you're making it up.
Well, whatever. If it's to you, this is how I see it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, how you see it is how you see it.
No, that's
Okay,
how I read it.
okay. Well, how you read it, however you want to say it, is how you do it.
Yeah.
Give me a chance to see how I see it. Let me explain you how I see it. Now, if you don't agree, cool. That's all right.
It doesn't
I don't
line up.
expect you. I don't expect you to agree.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I don't expect you to agree. Now, I mean, you contacted me and you wanted to talk to me, right?
Right.
Right. Okay. So you got to respect that. We're not gonna agree on certain things. You know that, right?
But we should though if we read it in plain
No, no,
English.
no. We should because you believe different than I do.
I know no, I don't believe stuff. I just read it.
Oh, okay. Look. I'm gonna make it simple. Okay. If you disagree, just disagree. I don't care. It says that Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary. Joseph was the husband of Mary, of whom was born Christ. Okay. Mary and Joseph, boom, gave birth to Christ, who was called gave birth to Jesus, who was called Christ. That's how I see it.
Okay,
So
so let
let's
me
go
say
to
how I
let's
see
go
it.
to the next one. Let's go to the next
Wait, wait,
one.
wait,
I
wait,
know
wait.
I know how you see it.
No. Don't do that
All
for
right,
me.
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm not gonna cut
You
you.
said about respect, and now all of a
Go
sudden you read my
ahead.
mind.
I said go
Okay.
ahead.
So the question will be this for a 7-year-old. It would be who did Joseph beget? No, I'm sorry. It would be who begot Joseph? The 7-year-old would say Jacob. I would say, well, who's hold on. Let me get him. Okay. So who begot Joseph? Jacob begot Joseph. Who's Mary's husband? Joseph, the husband of Mary. Who was born? Who was Jesus born of? Mary, of whom was born Jesus. It's just that simple. Now, earlier, we read like this. It says, Abraham begot Isaac. Isaac begot Jacob. Jacob begot Judas. Judas begot Pharaoh. So we see the same name twice. Abraham begot Isaac. Isaac begot Jacob. Jacob begot Judas. Judas. Okay. So if we follow that to 16, it's simply, and Jacob begot Joseph. Joseph, the husband of Mary. Mary, of whom was born Jesus, who was called Christ. It's just that simple. It's not much to that.
Okay, where we going next?
Okay, so let's go to Luke. Is that all right?
Hey. Luke what?
Luke chapter 1.
Okay.
So we're not gonna read the whole thing, but we're gonna get straight to the point. Can you read verse 7?
Okay, 7 says, and they had no child because that Elizabeth was barren, and they both were now well stricken in years. All right.
Okay, so they can't have kids because not only is she barren, but they're like almost too old. Can you read verse 13? Because now the angel comes to Zacharias. Read 13.
But the angel said unto him, fear not, Zacharias, for thy prayer is heard, and thy wife Elizabeth shall bear us a son, and thou shalt call his name John.
Okay, now I'm gonna go to Joseph question the angel. Go to verse 18.
Okay, 18 says, and Zacharias said unto the angel, whereby shall I know this? For I am an old man, and my wife well stricken in years.
Right. So when the angel appeared to him and told me he gonna have a kid, we both can agree that Zacharias didn't believe him. He's like, yeah, how? She's barren and we're old. Like,
Okay, just like Abraham. Okay.
right, exactly. You know, because Sarah laughed at God, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So when God visited, so Abraham was visited by who? Whom?
Abraham was visited by the angel.
No.
What you mean
Abraham was
no?
visited by God.
Okay, so you saying the Most High, basically all that power can go in that flesh, or the body of that angel.
Um, does he do that? Does he do it? Because
No,
no,
he sends his angels.
right. But listen. What I'm saying to you. You can read the angel visited Abraham, but you will read God visited Abraham. You will read that.
Okay, where in the scriptures does it say God visited Abraham?
Okay, see that's what I said. See, this is a great bill because we learning stuff. Go to Genesis. Go to Genesis.
Now remember the scripture says that no one can see God and live. Remember that. Now go ahead.
Got it. Go to Genesis chapter 17. See, I prove stuff immediately.
You know what you doing? You think you're proving something.
But you're about to read it though.
Okay, go ahead.
Read verse 15. Read that for me.
15?
Yeah.
15. And God said unto Abraham, okay, as for Sarah thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarah, but Sarah shall her name be. Okay, now hold on.
Now wait. 19. Now read 19.
19. And God said, okay, I want to make sure that word God is the Most High God. Hold on.
Okay. Now, yeah, go ahead. Well, this is what angels don't go that far. Yeah,
I'm gonna go into the Hebrew.
Okay, well, you can do what you want to do, but that's clearly God talking to Abraham.
Okay,
but,
to you.
All right, whatever. And when you're done, let's get back to Luke chapter 1.
Genesis 17 and 5. 17 and 5. Genesis 17, 15. 17, 15. Hold up, 17 and 15. Okay, look, that's not the Most High God. That word in Paleo Hebrew is Alahayim. That's not if it was the Most High God, it would say Yahweh or Yahweh or however you want to say it. That's not the Most High God, bro. Go to your Hebrew and check it out.
You know what? I'm not gonna argue that. I want to finish with Luke. So
But hold
yeah, yeah.
on.
Now
No,
that's a
no,
small
no,
point. I
no,
don't know
no,
because
no, no.
that's
Hold on, bro.
dude. You find any excuse not to talk about the virgin
That's,
birth.
that's not
Let's
what.
go to the virgin birth only.
No,
You go
no.
back to Luke.
Deal with this scripture
No,
before
no,
you go.
I don't. But to me, it doesn't care because that's like another point where we're just going to
Well,
disagree. So
you brought.
let's go back to
No,
Luke
no,
chapter
no,
1.
no.
No.
You brought me there.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. It does
No,
not dispute my point.
we're not going nowhere till you deal with that verse.
Yeah. Oh, well, no. You about to go somewhere though.
No, I'm not. Deal with
Okay.
that verse.
Look, I
Deal with
don't
that
care
verse.
about that, my boy. Go back to Luke chapter 1, verse 18. You wanna?
I'm not going
I've been
nowhere,
beating you up all day at the virgin birth, and you're scared to read it.
bro. Deal with that verse before you go
I
anywhere,
didn't kick your ass everywhere at the virgin birth, and you're afraid to continue on with it.
bro. Deal with that verse so we
No.
can move
Yeah,
on.
let's go to the virgin birth story.
I'm
I
not
don't care
going
about that.
nowhere.
Go to
I'm not
Luke.
going nowhere.
Go, yeah. You got your ass kicked all night, and it's okay. I know you learned some new things. It hurts. I know.
You the one hurt.
Nah, you the one. You read everything but the virgin birth.
Okay, listen. Either you want to deal with this verse or the call be over.
Dude, you can go. I already kicked your ass. I don't care.
Okay. Okay. Have a blessed day. Go ahead.
Yeah. Goodbye.
See you.
Get your boss. And next time, get Deacon or Gorilla Hebrew, somebody more qualified.
You get them.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep looking for them.
Go ahead. You know where they're at.
You a small fry though.
You're right. I am.
Yeah, you a small fry. So you didn't rep Sicarii too good tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you can lead up. And by the way, you should really sleep over. Sleep hard over these scriptures I gave you.
The scripture you gave me.
Yeah, you got your ass killed. Made of a woman, equal to God, in the form of God, made little lower than the angels. I kicked your ass tonight, man. Yeah, once I get my point across, you dig? Because now we just gonna keep everything I bring up. We're gonna keep reading it. But when he reads some stuff, and I try to stop him and explain, he want to repass it. Like, come on, bro. Yeah, when it get like that, I don't really care to talk to him anymore. Especially when I made when I threw some Mike Tyson punches at him already and land cleanly on the jaw. This guy. So in the form, what does that mean? What does it mean when it says equal to God? What? What does it mean to be equal with God? What does equal mean? 5 plus 3 is 8 equals 8. That means 8 is the same as 5 plus 3. So that was another one who bit the dust. You there, LJ? LJ on mute. Okay, so let me check my email, see who else. Yeah, so one guy named Dayton. Yeah, so that guy was from the group Sicarii.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm embarrassing the little guys, hopefully trying to smoke out the head officials.
That was poor.
Yeah, this dude said, "What does equal mean?" Like,
yeah.
What?
Adam had a mom and dad. I mean,
yeah, and then look, so he just saying anything, hoping I just go with it, and then I said, "Go ahead and find that for me." He's okay. I'm looking for it, but then he tried to tell me find the word Jewish in the King James.
Well, Jewish is in the King James version and is in Titus 1:14.
Oh, really? Oh my God!
Yeah. But there's also if you, I did put these into the chat as well. If you go to Leviticus 24:10 and Leviticus 24:11, you have the word Israelitish as well.
But you got what?
You've got the word Israelitish.
Really? Oh my God, he's done. Wait. I gotta find that. Hold on.
Leviticus
find it.
24 and 10 and 11
Wait.
in the King James version. So
Yeah, hold on. Leviticus 24 and 10.
24:10 is Israelitish woman.
Oh. Oh, yes, it's in there. Wow.
But when they use this ish, it's it just doesn't work. I mean, you were perfectly correct. Like Swedish, Spanish,
Right.
that it doesn't mean kind of Swedish. It's not kind of a Swede. It's Swedish. It's just the way that the English is done, and Jewish just means of Jew. That's it. It's just another way of saying it. And as I say, Jewish is in Titus 1:14, and Israelitish is in Leviticus 24:10 and 11.
Titus 1:14. Let me get that real fast. Yeah. So I could tell by my first conversation with him, I think it was Monday, I could tell that he was going to be, okay, I see it. So not give it to Jewish fables. Yeah. So I could tell that he's going to make up stuff because he was making up stuff then. We was talking about Samaria, right? Because well, first we were talking about Jesus, and then because he kept saying the law, we got to hold people to the law. So I said, okay. I said, well, so can we hold Jesus to the law? Because I brought up John 8 with the women caught in adultery, and then they asked Master, what should we do? She's caught in adultery. I said, brother, according to the law, ain't Jesus supposed to just participate in stoning her? He told them first the guy who's without sin, throw the first stone. So they all left. Right? I guess he made them feel bad. They all left. Because the Bible says no man was without sin, right? So they all left. And then I showed him John chapter 4, Jacob's well, the Samaritan woman. So now, but before I went there, he argued me first that Samaritans are not Israelites. No. He said they're not Gentiles. I said, okay, fine, they're not Gentiles. And I said, okay, well, go to John chapter 4. We got the woman of Samaria. So now all of a sudden, she's a Gentile. I said, dude, you just said Samaria, they're not Gentiles. Now to be right, you're going to say now the Samaritan are Gentiles. So what was the whole point of Jesus Christ saying, don't go to the house, don't go away to the Samaritans, but only to that lost sheep of Israel? And the lost sheep will include the Hellenistic Jews also, if they want to go there. They're also lost.
Yeah, they change whatever for whatever they need to, whatever they're trying to argue at the moment. It's 2:15 in the morning here, so I'm not going to stay for too long.
Yeah.
But I wanted to. I watched one of your breakdown videos on Deacon the other day.
Yeah.
So he was arguing. He was chatting to a Jew.
Wait, say that again?
He was chatting to a Jewish man on his channel.
Yeah. I think
you were breaking it down.
Rabbi,
so there was something in there that that I wanted to just point out to you, because I can't believe that the Jewish man didn't pull him up on it, and that was that the judges come from Dan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, Exodus 18, 13 and onwards just makes that completely that just shows that incorrect. I don't know how this Jewish man didn't pick this up. So if you ever do speak to Deacon, and I don't know if that's I don't know how important that really is, but
yeah, I wouldn't mind bringing it up. I like to just
all I'm doing it for is to show that their understanding of the Bible is completely with these precepts. Because he went to Genesis, and where it says Dan will judge his people, but in Exodus 18, Moses, who is the judge of his people at the time, he is his father-in-law Jethro comes to him and says,
wait, hold on 1 second. I'm fixing this bottle. He's screaming on me.
Okay.
I'll
slow down.
Bottle for him. He stopped yelling and crying. Okay, got his bottle. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know if you want to look at it, but it's in Exodus 18. So it's from verse 13 onwards. So it's basically Moses is judging. Moses is at the judgment seat. He is the judge of the people, and all of the people are coming to him. And it's like morning and evening. They're just constantly coming to him to judge the matters.
Right.
And Jethro, his father-in-law, sees this and says, this is too much for you. So he says, why don't you appoint other people to actually do the judging for you? And so Moses says, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. And so in verse 25 and 26, 27, it says, and Moses chose able men out of all Israel and made them heads over the people, rulers and thousands, rulers over hundreds, rulers over 50s, and rulers over 10s. And they judged the people at all seasons. The hard causes they brought unto Moses, but every small matter they judged themselves. So this is judges out of all of Israel. And then when you go to the book of Judges, you will see that there are judges from when it says this person took over being the main, like the head judge.
Yeah,
they're from all different tribes. So that point of going to Dan, I don't even really understand the point that he was trying to make, but it just shows you that by doing these precepts,
right,
he went to Genesis, but that isn't when the judges were installed. It's in Exodus 18 that the judges were installed. Moses was the judge, and it was too much for him, so he installed judges. And they were from all tribes of Israel.
Yeah,
so this precept thing just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. It's the worst way to do anything because, they're not doing precepts. The way they try to describe it, they're not doing it in an honest way.
No, they're just basically saying, right, let's find a verse that possibly might, where I found a word like black, and I'm going to find every verse that says black, and I'm going to use the ones which are beneficial for me.
Right.
In the same way with Judge, he's looked at that in that Leviticus passage, and he's gone, right, okay, well, let's find a passage, let's find a verse with the word judge in it that I can use in order to make that seem like it says something that it's not saying. And that's basically what their precepts are. It's just ripping a verse from somewhere with a word in it.
Right. And I caught them lying. Numbers 1:18, where they're taking like a man from a different tribe out after his own nation, whatever. And they say, see, this is the seed. This is the process of how you're of your father. It has nothing to do with that. It's about men going to war. And this is how they're going to go to, this is how they're choosing the young men from 20 and 25 to go to war. But they're starting at verse 18. And I don't know, well, the elders probably know better, but the people who join and just follow the classes, they probably never read verse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, because they're being told to just read this particular verse, and then you put it with this particular verse, and that's how you read it.
Right.
I doubt very much if most of those people that study are reading the majority of the book.
No.
They're focusing on the precepts
Right.
and they're remembering those,
Right.
and that's all that they're focusing on. Because then they get this as you showed in that video with the IUIC with the you've got to be here 3 times a week. That they're then being tested when they're there type thing. They're being asked questions. What does this precept work with?
Yep.
So get the rest of the Bible. Don't study that because that's going to take up your time of remembering what I'm going to tell, and I'm going to get pissed off if you don't remember what that verse goes with. So they're spending all their time just learning the precepts.
Yep.
They're not learning the Bible.
Yep. And this is why when they get to a discussion and then you start to read further than in precepts or afterwards or before, all of a sudden they don't want to read the Bible no more. Like the guy tonight, for example.
Yeah.
I purposely
I was shocked at the Jewish man for not being able to actually pull him up on that, to be honest. So, because he should have, that Jew should have known how judges were installed.
right.
That was really poor. So it's almost like I don't know how studied he was as a Jewish person. So it's almost like they're fishing out people to debate against that are not able to actually give them proper rebuttals.
Right. Of course.
I'm not sure if that's I don't want to misrepresent them, but that's what it seems like. They're kind of, maybe they've talked to this guy before and realized he doesn't really have a clue what he's talking about, then we can get him on. I don't know. I don't want to misrepresent somebody, but that's what it seems like.
Yeah, I got something similar. If I can find it. It's a biblical reference of that same thing. Okay, yeah. So if you look at Acts chapter 8, verse 9, it says, but there was a certain man called Simon, which before time in the same city used sorcery and wait, let me just show you where I'm reading from. So this is what goes on with the Hebrew Israelites. So there's a certain man named called Simon, used sorcery and bewitched the people, of Samaria, giving out that himself was some great one, to whom they all have gave heed, from the least to the greatest, saying, this man is the great power of God. This Simon himself believed also, and he ended up being baptized. So he was doing what the Hebrew Israelites do on the street corners, like you say. They go after the laymen, the laywomen, and they sound like they're correct. So people listen, the bystanders think that these guys are, these are men of God, that they know the Bible. The Jewish guy he can't answer that. The other guy cannot, the pastor can't answer that. So that's what they're following. That's how they build their following.
It's deception. It is strange that I want to see some more debates with them with actual more studied Jews.
So have you seen them with Harry Rosenberg?
No.
Yeah, that's a good one because his name is Rabbi Rosenberg, and I've been watching this one right here. Let me just.
I know Rabbi Rosenberg. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been watching this one a little bit. It's kind of good. Let me find it. It's one of my tabs. Oh, this one right here. Okay.
I haven't seen that. I'll have to go back and watch.
Yeah, Rabbi Rosenberg, Harry Rosenberg, have debated numerous, or not just debate, but dialogue with numerous Israelites. Numerous, like he's like the most called out rabbi because he's very familiar with the doctrine. So that's why he obliges and show up. So this was interesting. So this guy Sicarii.
Let's go to Numbers 12. Let's go to number 12. Let me share my screen.
There is a reason for it.
Well, listen, we're gonna get into all the reasons, right? So Numbers 12 and 1. And Miriam and Aaron spake against Moses because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married. That word for Ethiopian is Cushi, right?
Yeah.
It says Kushoth, right?
Correct.
Kushith, right? So she's a Cushite. She descends from Cush.
Right. She was 100% dark skinned.
Okay, cool. So now let's look at.
I was
I don't care about her skin color, right?
I was planning on mentioning that we believe. By the way, Moses himself had to have been dark skinned as well.
I agree.
Because he had to have been.
I don't agree with that, but I believe the people that lives in Egypt today, Middle Eastern, I believe that's how they looked. The Egyptians also, they favored that type of complexion. Yeah, I don't for 1 second believe Moses looked like a damn African.
No, I don't believe that. He certainly wasn't like pale white
Yeah, no, he wasn't pale white, but he
white
had
man,
some,
but
he
he's
had some
certainly
yellow,
not
he had some yellow tan
black.
type stuff going on, some butterscotch type stuff going on, but he was definitely not dark.
Yeah, he was definitely not black.
So
There's
I don't know. So I think, because I'm trying to figure out why would Jewish people agree to that, and I think they just don't want to appear racist like before people. So I think they concede to some things just to not be viewed a certain way, because like the you got a lot of people who believe that some of these people were black. So I think some of them just let them have that one, I guess. I don't know, but they definitely there's nothing Yosef can show to support that. Nothing.
no way that Pharaoh would see this baby and not assume that he was an Israelite.
This understanding of what he's going to go through now. I can understand is like Moses was considered like his daughter, Pharaoh's daughter's son, and Pharaoh accepted him, so he must have looked the same as Pharaoh. That's a false argument anyway. Pharaoh didn't think that Moses was his daughter's child. Nothing in the text.
But even if he did, what I'm saying is Pharaoh and Moses both looked like complexion, and neither one dark skin. See, so the Jewish person got the wrong idea of what Egyptian looks like. And
Yeah, I mean, they may have looked the same, but that wasn't the reason why Pharaoh accepted him. He didn't just come home 3 months pregnant. He lived with Pharaoh. I've got a big study on that. There was nothing in the text that would give any indication that Pharaoh thought that was his daughter's son,
right.
at all. Nothing in the text gives that away.
Yeah, because would she have to first be pregnant?
Yeah, but she came home. She came home with a fully grown baby.
Right. Right. So that means she would have to have a husband.
Yeah, because exactly. She sent the Moses off to be fed for back to his mum to be fed for a certain period of time. So she's bringing home a fully grown baby that's weaned already.
Right.
And suddenly the Pharaoh's going to go, well, where did that come from?
Right.
You know, is that yours? You hit that well.
Right. Maybe walking, running, and feed himself.
Yeah. I mean, what happened to the 9 months of pregnancy and for like 6 months of you? I think it was 3 months. I think she was. I think if I go back to Exodus, I think it is. I can't remember exactly how old. I know I'm just going off on one here, but birth of Moses.
They were trying to kill the firstborn kids, right?
Yeah, yeah, and the mum put him into a basket and then sent him down the river, and Pharaoh's daughter finds him, but then she sends him back to be weaned. So that's in Exodus 2. And the daughter, so it's chapter 5, verse 5, and the daughter of Pharaoh came down to wash herself in the river, and her maidens walking along by the riverside. And when they saw the ark among the flags, she sent her maid to fetch it. And when she had opened it, she saw the child, and behold, the babe wept. And she had compassion on him and said, "This is one of the Hebrews' children." So then, so if they looked the same, so she knew straight away that this was one of the Hebrews' children, by the way. Then said the sisters to Pharaoh's daughter, "Shall I go and call to thee a nurse of the Hebrew women, that they may nurse the child for thee?" And Pharaoh's daughter said to her, "Go." And the maid went and called the child's mother. And Pharaoh's daughter said unto her, "Take this child away and nurse it for me, and I will give thee wages." And the woman took the child and nursed it, which is basically feeding it. And the child grew, and she brought him to Pharaoh's daughter, and he became her son. And she called his name Moses. And she said, "Because I drew him out of the water." She became his son, right? So he's already, so it's there, he's grown.
Right.
Right. Before, so he was already born. He's then sent away. She finds him. She then gives him back to the mum for a period of time to wean, and then she brings him back. Then he becomes her son. Pharaoh's not. She's just turned up one day at the house and said, "Right, this is my child," and Pharaoh's gone, "Yeah, okay." No,
Yeah, okay.
that's not how that worked.
Right. All right, so let's see what else.
Israelite,
Anyway.
unless he looked darker. And I believe the Israelites were not black, as you say, but they were Middle
What's
Eastern.
black? Am I black?
Black as in
So he said what I just said. He said Middle Eastern. All right, cool.
your skin complexion, yes. And also with the features that black people have. Like Middle Eastern and black people can have the same skin tone, but different physical features that are genetic.
Okay, so Joseph, I know as an 18-year-old, you're not versed in genetics. I know you're not. What does DNA even mean? What does DNA stand for?
DNA.
Don't look it up. Don't look it up.
Who the hell knows that? This guy. What does DNA mean? Yo, who the hell know? Who the hell could break down an acronym unless that's what you read, unless what you do on a normal basis? Who the hell knows it? We all know what DNA is, though. We ain't got to, like AIDS. Like AIDS.
Ridiculous.
Like, I say, what does AIDS mean? HIV. What does HIV? Like, come on. That just goofy stuff.
Look it up.
I don't know what it means offhand.
Okay, it's deoxyribonucleic acid. I know you don't know this, right? So let's not go into phenotypes and genetics, right? Because you're not going to be able to stand in that conversation. Just so you know, all right? I'm college educated, right?
Okay.
Here's my degree. I graduated salutatorian of my class in middle school and in high school. Okay,
That's very impressive. It's very
part
good.
of the National Honor Society. I'm
amazing
well
to hear.
versed in science, history, mathematics, all of that, right?
So then,
So
where-
this is the
so-
individual that you're speaking to, just so you know, right?
right. So then, going on that, then, are you aware that Ashkenazi Jews have Levant blood? They have.
Are you aware that there's no way for you to prove that? But let's not get into that right now, right? Let's go back to the point.
Now, how you gonna? Okay, this is what they do. They entertain the conversation, but then
About whether your mother determines if you're an Israelite or not, or whether your father determines whether you're an Israelite.
well, if he's in science, he should know that science goes through your mother.
I found the verses where it's based.
Okay, well we'll get to your verses in a second, but let me finish bringing this out, right? Because we went to
He's from
we went
Sicarii.
to Numbers 12 to prove that Moses' wife was a Cushite, right? And here we have 1 Chronicles 23 and 14. Now concerning Moses, the man of God, his sons were named of the tribe of Levi. The sons of Moses were Gershom and Eleazar. So the Chronicles is about numbering who? The Israelites, the Jews that came back from where? From Persia, right? From Babylon, from all the lands that were under the Medo-Persian jurisdiction at that time, right?
Correct.
So we can see that these two men, they're considered priests, they're considered Levites, but their mother is a whole nother nation. She's a goy. So we can see your nationhood is determined by the seed of your fathers. Here's another example. Can you see my screen?
Sure.
This is
I-
Ezra 2. and
I
verse-
hear what you're saying. Nationality, yes, but Israelites have always been an ethno religion. To be considered an Israelite, yes, you can have a different nationality, but you was considered an Israelite.
You need to show me one person that's considered an Israelite that's not a physical descendant of Israel.
Anybody who converted.
No, Joseph. Here's the thing, right?
But you know the verse is about converts, not to treat them like
I can
strangers.
show you. I can show you the verse about converts, right? I can show you in the book of Esther where Mordecai, who's of the tribe of Benjamin, right, is called a Jew, Yehudi,
Correct.
right? The yod at the end of Yehudi denotes belonging to the patronymic name that precedes it, right? That's what it is to be a Jew, right?
Right.
Yehudi. That means that you are patronymic to Judah, right?
Correct.
Or of Judea, and that would have been Judah, Benjamin, and Levi at that time, right? But when we look at the book of Esther, let's go there because
By the way, there is another reason why it's called the Yehudi.
let's
It's
stay
not
on top.
relevant, but there is another reason.
Let's go. So can you see my screen?
Yeah.
All right, let's share the screen real quick, right? And let's show you Esther chapter 8 and verse 16. The Jews had light, right? What's the word for Jew? Yehudim,
Yep.
right? Yehudim, right?
Yes.
And let's look at the root, right? Strong's H3064.
So, by the way, I love listening to like these engages. It's fun, educational. So, anytime you can tell me to stop.
Yehudi, the yod at the end denotes that you belong to, because this is possessive. When this is at the end of a word is possessive, right?
Correct.
It's patronymically from Yehuda, which is Judah, right? Patronymically. Patro meaning father, and nimically talking about name. So that's it's a patronymic name for someone who belongs to this particular man, Yehuda or Yehuda, as I would say, right? So let's go back, right? Let's go back, right? So we see Yehudim, right? Yeah. The Jews had light and gladness and joy and honor. And in every province, where are they at this time? They're in Persia. They're in the cities of the Medes, right? It says, and in every province and in every city, whithersoever the king's commandment and his decree came, the Jews, Yehudim, had joy and gladness, a feast and a good day. They were just having a good old time, right? This is after they spoil Haman's plot, right, to get them killed.
Yeah.
It says, and many of the people of the land, so these are other people, says became Jews, for the fear of the Jews fell upon them. Now let's examine this word for became Jews, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we have Yehudi.
Now, this is what I mean by picking and choosing, like what words you want to break down and what words you want to skip past. So when I go into the of thing, they run for that. But when it comes to, or Joseph being, Jesus being the son of Joseph, when I go into those words, they act like they can't understand English all of a sudden. But when it fits them, they'll go and break down a word. Like, stop it.
Right? Yehudi, right, for the Jews. Yes. And then let's see for those who became Jews, right? The root word is the Hebrew word Yahad, right? So it says Matha Yahadium, right? So they became Jews. Let's see what that word means. Yahad, right?
Hands, no?
Huh? It means to become Judaized. To become the same way when during the time of the Maccabees, right? With Hanukkah, right? There was Hellenization and the Jews were Hellenized, right? We were Hellenizing the Goyim. So yes, you can be Hellenized, you can be Judaized, of course, but that does not make you a part of the nation of Israel, right? A convert, all right, someone who's converting to our ways, according to Torah, would not be able to have inheritance in the land. They don't have a tribe, and inheritances cannot pass from tribe to tribe, according to Numbers the 27th chapter. So no, a convert is not considered to be a part of the nation of a nation of Israel.
That's
right?
false.
You don't just become.
Yeah, so just need to go to Ezekiel 37. I'm not sure exactly what verse it is, but it's Ezekiel. It's in chapter 37. I'll find it. Is it 37 or 47? Yeah, it's probably 47.
You said chapter 37 or 47?
I think it's 47. So no, give me 2 seconds. I'll just find the verse. Yeah. Ezekiel 47:21. Oh, there. So Ezekiel 47:21 through 23.
Hold on. Because
he said that they can't become part of Israel and they can't have any inheritance.
Right. He said 47 and what?
Verse 21 to 23.
So shall ye divide this land unto you according to the tribes of Israel, and it shall come to pass that ye shall divide it by lot for an inheritance unto you and to the strangers that sojourn among you, which shall beget children among you, and they shall be unto you as born in the country among the children of Israel. They shall have inheritance with you among the tribes of Israel. And it shall come to pass that in what tribe the stranger sojourneth, there shall ye give him his inheritance, said the Lord God. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Let me go back to
the seed of Jacob. That does not exist, right? So now let's go elsewhere and prove the point. Ezra 2:59, and these were they which went up from Tel Malah, Tel Harsa, Cherub, Adon, and Emer, but they could not show their father's house. Can you see the screen?
Right.
They could not show their father's house and their seed, Zerai, whether they were of Israel. Right now, what's so very interesting about this word, right? When the Greeks forced us to translate our Hebrew text into Greek, right?
Right.
When we look at the word for seed in the Greek, it's the Greek word sperma.
oh boy.
What does sperma sound like?
What it sound like?
Sperm, right?
Right.
So they couldn't show whether their sperm, their seed line, right, from their father, not from their
So he goes, well, he said, what does it sound like? And now we're talking about sperm. That's funny.
mother, whether they were of Israel. So the determining factor of whether you're an Israelite according to Tanakh is that your father must be an Israelite. There's no arguing of that. There's no disputation of that. I know that you guys have your oral traditions, right? But again, we started off this program, right, with Isaiah 8:20, to the law and to the testimony. If they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. We also see Isaiah state that Israel, right, they didn't keep the precepts of God, but they rather kept the precepts or commandments of men. And that was problematic.
Here's the thing. You said that converts have no share in the land of Israel earlier, right?
Yes.
Leviticus 19, verse 34. You will treat the convert who dwells with you just like any other citizen. You will love him like yourself, for you are strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the eternal, your Almighty.
That word is not convert. That word, that trend. What are you reading? The JPS Tanakh?
Correct.
Okay. Well, that is a horrible translation, and let me explain why. Right? Let's
Actually, it's not the JPS. Sorry, it's not.
What translation is that?
It says. It doesn't say which it is, but it's from the. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the website. It's called Safaria.org.
Safaria. Okay, yeah. Well, whatever translation it is into English, it's poor, and let me explain why. Right. So let's look at this. Let's look at this word. Right. It says
a ger, stranger.
The stranger. The word there is ger.
Correct.
Right. Gar. Right. But the stranger that dwelleth among you, right, shall be unto you as one born among you. And thou shalt love him as thyself, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. I, the Lord, your God. I, the Lord, your God.
Whenever the Bible is speaking about a ger, it's usually discussing a convert.
No, it's not.
I don't know where you're getting that from, but anyway.
Hold on. This text literally just says that Israel was a ger in Egypt.
Yes, it sometimes can mean stranger, but
were we converts? Were we converted?
No, but usually when it's talking about a ger, you're right. There are places like here, for example, where it speaks both of a convert and a non-convert.
It's not talking about a convert.
Do you believe in conversion? Do you believe that Judaism believes in conversion, that you can convert?
I'm not talking about, hold on. First, for the record, Joseph, Judaism has nothing to do with the Torah.
Do you believe the Torah believes in that you can convert?
Hold on. The Torah, you guys show me somewhere in the Torah where one could convert. You try to go here, but this is not talking about
there's a very famous case of Jethro.
Jethro was not converted. What do you mean Jethro was not converted?
He adopted all of the Torah.
No, it does not. Where does it say that he adopted all of the
ways of the Torah?
Prove it. Book, chapter, verse. Book, chapter, verse.
Jethro portion.
Where are you reading?
I'm trying to search. I'm trying to figure out where Jethro is mentioned, but I know it mentions, it brings him that he turned away from all idols and started following God.
You gotta show me that.
And okay. Where is the portion of Jethro?
And he's searching for Exodus 18.
Parshas
All right.
Yisro.
You get there eventually, but it doesn't really say that. It doesn't kind of say what he is trying to make it out that,
Continue
that
a
it
little
says.
bit. God
He does
Yisro.
accept God.
Actually, learning values, text and writings. Tanakh, where you at? Tanakh, there we go. If I go to, there we go. Where is it? Shemais?
Shemot? Exodus?
Yeah, but I'm not sure if it's in Shemais or Devarim, where Jethro comes into the nation of Israel.
Joseph, I'm gonna throw your lifeline. It's just not there, buddy.
I'm just trying to figure out the portion where the portion of Jethro.
You're probably looking for Exodus, the 18th chapter, where Jethro makes a sacrifice, gives a sacrifice to our God. But we can see Hamites giving sacrifices to our God in Samaria after the Lord cast off the northern kingdom of Israel. Does that make them now part of the nation of Israel? No. Just because you sacrifice to our God,
Not just that, he started following the Torah.
you gotta show you listen. You gotta show me that. That don't say that in the text.
Says that he rejected all the gods. I know that. Jethro, Torah portion. There we freaking go. Okay. Now tell me the verse.
And regardless if he rejected the idols that he was worshiping, does not mean that he's now a part of the nation of Israel. You cannot be a part of the nation of Israel the same way you cannot be of the nation of Canaan. You can't just a damn Cushite cannot just say, you know what, I want to be a Canaanite now. No, you can live amongst the Canaanites, but that does not make you a Canaanite. We see the same thing with Doeg the Edomite. Doeg the Edomite was still called an Edomite, right? Uriah the Hittite is still called Uriah the Hittite. It's distinguishing him as being a Hittite in juxtaposition to the Israelites. So right now, I think it's best that we move forward in the conversation. I want to ask you. I want to discuss.
Canaanite and the Israelite.
Say that again.
Caleb is called the Canaanite and the Israelite.
Really?
Yeah, we've looked at this one. Caleb. So his father was a Canaanite, and yet he's called an Israelite from the tribe of Judah.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, so it's like he's being called the Edomite not because like he is an Edomite. He was Doeg was kind of an advisor to David, and he was kind of a servant, but it's only to distinguish who he is when it still calls him an Edomite. It's not. It doesn't mean that he hasn't been able to integrate into Israel. That's just to identify who he is.
Right.
Yeah, there's no problem with that.
Discuss Deuteronomy real quick. Would you join me to the book of Deuteronomy?
Yeah. By the way, the Deuteronomy is the source of where we find out that a Jew can be a Jew just from his mother.
No, it's not. But anyway, so this is Deuteronomy 1:1, right? Can you see my screen?
Okay. Yeah.
You can see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. It says, "These be the words which Moses spake unto all Israel." Do you agree with the text?
Yeah.
So if I go to Deuteronomy, let's say 30 or Deuteronomy 29 or Deuteronomy 28, right? You would agree that these are words that were spoke to all Israel, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to Deuteronomy 29 and 29 real quick.
Okay.
All right. It says, I'll start at verse this is all good.
So
Verse
Deuteronomy
25, right? Check this out, right?
25.
Yep, Deuteronomy 29:25. It says, "Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenant of the Lord their God, of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, for they went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods whom they knew not, and whom he had not given unto them," right? Because we see in Deuteronomy 4 that God, the Most High God, Yahweh, Hashem, if you want to call him, I call him Yahweh, right? He gave gods to the other nations to worship, right?
Right.
It says, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against this land to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this book. Now we're gonna go to the curses in a second, right? It says, "And the Lord rooted them out of the land in anger and in wrath and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day," right? So verse 29 says, "The secret things belong unto the Lord our God, but those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law," right? So we see the Israelites have to do all the words of the law, correct?
Right.
Do you agree?
Correct.
Now we see mention of curses, right?
Do you wait? I have one simple question. Do you wrap up phylacteries?
Do I wrap up phylacteries?
Yeah. Do you bind on your arm and in between your eyes?
No, I don't.
And why is that?
I don't agree with your and
So
mainstream.
how do you interpret
Wait, slow down, right? I don't agree with your in mainstream Judaism's interpretation of that commandment, right? Let me ask you a question. Do you wear tzitzit?
tzitzis?
Tzitzit? Those are not tzitzit.
Why are these not tzitzis?
These are not tzitzit. These are not tzitzit. These are tzitzit, right?
Where's the strings attached to them?
So this is here's fringes. These are fringes. Tzitzit, right? Here are fringes, and here's the thread of blue, right?
How do you know which shade of blue it is?
Huh?
How do you know which shade of blue it is?
It don't matter, right? But you don't have them on, do you?
We don't have the string with a shade of blue because it was a specific.
Okay. So these things right here, these four things, these are not tzitzit. These are called Gedalim. These are Gedalim. These are not tzitzit.
Okay.
These are tzitzit.
Interesting.
So you don't keep the law.
Actually, this is considered tzitzis. According
That's not a tzitzit.
according to us, it is.
No, it's not. It's good. It's Gedalim.
Is it not Gedalim?
All right, let me prove you wrong again, right? And we're going to get back to Deuteronomy 28 because this is all going to
Tzitzit is explicitly written as a four-cornered garment with strings attached.
Okay, let's go to Numbers. Let's go to Numbers chapter 15 and verse 38, right? And then we're going to go to Deuteronomy 22 and 12, right? There's no mention of four at all, right? Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Boom. Let's go here, right? This is Numbers 15 and 37. "And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them tzitzit fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generation, and that they put upon the fringe of the border a ribbon or thread of blue. And it shall be unto you for a tzitzit fringe that ye may look upon it and remember all the commandments of the Lord and do them, that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go whoring, right? So zitzit, right? It has to be along the border of your garments, and there's a mention of a ribbon of blue or a thread of blue that must be mentioned.
There's
Now,
another verse there. There's another verse.
Huh?
There's another verse. You shall make for yourself twisted threads on the four corners of your garment, which you cover yourself.
I know. Hold horses. We're going to get there, right?
Okay.
But again, zitzit is not that. There's a ribbon of blue that's mentioned, right? And it's the word zitzit, right? Let's go here. Strong's. Let's go for the word for zitzit.
I'm still
right?
confused what you bind between your eyes and on your head.
No. We're on zitzit. We're not on that, right? We're on zitzit. So fringes, Strong's H6730.
Not on that. Well, he mentioned that one first. You guys are funny.
For zitzit, right?
It is kind of irrelevant though how you interpret what zitzit.
No. Hold on.
And oral transmission and transmission where I do.
No. Let's go into the definition of the word zitzit, right? Feminine of Strong's H6731, a floral or wing-like projection. Wing-like projection, i.e., a forelock of hair, a tassel fringe lock, right? So it's something there's locks or wing-like projections along the border of your garment,
or a tassel.
Wait. Where there needs to be a riband of blue, right? That's the commandment in Numbers 15. That's a zitzit. Now, what you're conflating and what all of mainstream Judaism conflates is what a gedalim is. Deuteronomy 22:12. Thou shalt make the fringes. The word for fringe there is not zitzit, upon the four quarters of thy vesture wherewith thou coverest thyself. So there's no mention of four at all in Numbers 15 and 38, right? There's a mention of a ribbon of blue. There's no mention.
I think this entire thing about tzitzis is kind of deflecting.
No. Hold on. Yosef.
I asked you a simple question. What do you bind on your arm and in between your eyes?
Hold on, Yosef. And what was my response to you? My response to you is I don't believe that your understanding and interpretation of that command.
Which I was asking, what is your interpretation of that?
I believe that it's a spiritual.
Oh
thing.
my God! Now it's so the fringes and border blue. That's not spiritual, but because the other thing he don't want to do, that's become spiritual. This is what these guys do. This is why at some point I lose tolerance and I become unbecoming. Okay.
Thing, and you keeping it to mind to keep the commandments.
And what do you bind on your doorpost?
I have a mezuzah on my doorpost.
What does the mezuzah say in it?
I have random commandments on it.
And where do you derive that that's what it should be?
It says put the commandments on your doorpost, right? So I have commandments on my doorpost. But anyway, let's you brought us here, right? And you use that as an angle. And now I like jujitsu, I used your attack and then use it against you, right? Because I have a great defense. So I asked you, do you wear tzitzit? And you pointed to these. These are not tzitzit. That's those white thingies on your shirt. They're not zitzits, right? Because a zitzit is a wing-like projection along the border of your garment where they're supposed to be.
It's problematic.
Wait, Yosef.
You don't believe in the oral transmission.
No, Yosef. Listen. The written transmission says zitzit, borders of your garment, ribbon or thread of blue. You have what's
there is
not
no
zitzit.
blue. You're right. There is no blue. You're right that there is.
So you don't have blue. So you're sinning right now, right?
There's a reason for that.
So you're sinning right now, right?
No, because no, you don't understand why there's no blue. We lost the tradition for it.
You can say that you lost the tradition. Yosef.
A specific shade of blue of which we're meant to use.
Yosef, I reject that, right?
Of course you reject it. You also reject tefillin, which have been archaeologically found. They have found tefillin from the times of Moses. And archaeology.
Yosef.
The tefillin which we wrap.
Yosef, stop, right? there's no way for you to prove that those are from the time of Moses. All right, because guess what? The carbon dating that they would use to do so, that science is flawed, and it's not a true science. But anyway,
Okay, now this guy's supposed to have a background in science. All right. Yeah, I would challenge him to prove that right there, which he couldn't.
am I even
Yeah, they like that was stupid. That was stupid.
going to get into the details
Either
of the
way,
methodology?
Now, can carbon dating show you the exact, years? No, but give you a good roundabout. So nah, you don't just throw it away totally as flawed and corrupted. That's just goofy.
Of
it's
carbon
old
dating.
enough
And I
it's
know
old
that
enough to
I know
prove
that you.
Jews have been rapping it for.
Hold on, Joseph. I know you, an 18-year-old, all right, in 2022, or is not versed in the methodology of carbon dating. So we're not even going to go there, right? But
Whether or not it's
No,
it's
Joseph,
because it's
you
been
have to.
proven that it's old enough that Jews for centuries have been doing this.
Joseph, guess what? You saying that Jews for centuries have been doing what you've been doing? Guess what? That proves that you're not a Jew.
How?
Because I know why it says it know why it proves that you're not a Jew? Because the Torah, God said that the Israelites, the Jews, would be scattered, and they would.
More deflection. Let's get back. More deflection. See another rabbit hole.
They would not be keeping the commandments. They would be following the ways of the other nations. They would not be keeping and maintaining.
At different time periods. This is
No. It does not say at different time periods. So, but
Jews, by the way, by majority, most Jews today are not doing what I'm doing.
Yeah, and guess what? They're not cursed.
What do you mean by not cursed?
We'll get there in a second, but let me just finish busting you on this point.
He makes claims, but then say we'll get there in a second. Dude, that's a lot of get there in a seconds.
Right? So it says in Deuteronomy 22:12, thou shalt make these animals. Hold on, wait. It says, thou shalt make these fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture, wherewith thou coverest thyself. 4, right? So here I have 4 of these fringes on my vesture, as the commandment says, right? You don't have zit because these are zit, these are not zit. Let's look at the word here. The word here in the Hebrew is gadalim. Gadalim the Aisha Laka Al Arabai, which is 4. Kanakwath, Kasabwathka, Ashar, Baha. That's what the commandment says.
It all falls back on whether or not you believe that there is oral transmission or not.
Hold on. Again, Joseph, we started this dialogue with Isaiah 8:20. To the Torah and the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. There is no light in the oral traditions of Judaism. I reject them, and we're having a conversation about Torah. And the Torah, the Torah calls these Gadalim. These are not zit. These are zit.
In the Torah itself, you can prove that there was an oral transmission.
You cannot prove that there's an oral transmission at all in the Torah.
1,000% you can.
You can't.
And I gave you a specific commandment which does.
Okay. Anyway, you can assert that, but again, I call BS, right? But let's go back to Deuteronomy 29, right? We see
history dictates otherwise.
Listen,
it also logically doesn't make sense because the Jews rejected the New Testament, but according to everybody who says the Talmud,
Joseph, let's not change the subject.
No, because it's very important. Listen to listen to this.
We're not talking about the New Testament right now.
Listen to this one point.
Hold on, Joseph. Wait. I don't want. I see. I believe in it. No, wait. Listen, I believe in what's called the New Testament, right? For the record, I do not believe a group of books, all right, is the New Testament, for the record. But what is colloquially known as the New Testament, I believe in that, of course, right? But I know that you don't, right?
Yes, it's interesting to me that you do, because it says in that book, in what's called the New Testament, it says there that the Jews rejected it.
No, it does not say that all the Jews rejected him. First and foremost, who the world calls Jesus Christ had 12 disciples. And guess what? They were all Jews. Did his disciples reject him?
It says but when it says that means
Joseph, here's the thing, and this is why I'm trying to save you, right? You're not versed in the so-called New Testament because I know you don't study it and believe it. So for you to say that all the Jews rejected him is just absolutely ridiculous.
Sorry, not all, but the overwhelming majority did.
You can't even prove that the overwhelming majority. You cannot prove that, right? So this is why I'm trying to save you. Let's not go into a conversation where you're not versed in, right? Like what you're trying to.
He can't prove that. But the Bible says Jesus came into his own, but his own received him not. That's the majority.
Going to talk about the New Testament, you're trying to jump, all right, into 13 feet deep pools, right? When you belong in the 3-foot area, right? How tall are you?
I am 5'8".
You're 5'8", all right? You can't even go,
I don't know.
You can't even go into the 6 or 7 foot area, right? So let's stay over in the kiddie section, right?
No,
so because the New Testament you're not versed in, you can't swim over here.
I just don't. What doesn't make sense to me is the lack of historical context you have.
No, hold on. We're gonna get into all. Listen. Listen.
You group all the black people as Israelites, but that's saying that black people didn't have their own African tribes, their own cultures, and their own religions throughout history.
Joseph, you saying, hold on, Joseph, pay attention, right? See, what you're trying to do is trying to change the goalposts, right? And I'm not going to allow you to do that, right? I know it's the World Cup, all right? This isn't Qatar, all right? You're not in Qatar, and you're not on the staff to move the goalposts, right? Okay. Let's stay right here on topic, right? Okay. You saying all that, right? That, Africans had their own tribes and blah, 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 proves emphatically that we are the Israelites because God said that the Israelites would be scattered amongst all nations and that we would pick up the customs of all nations, right? But you and your people claim this lineage and this history and this record of your Torah keeping for millennia, right? The Bible says that the Israelites, they wouldn't have that. So that they will be cursed.
There has been different time periods where that has been prophesied.
No, Joseph, wait.
Ezra that was fulfilled.
Jeremiah was fulfilled. Joseph, you clearly don't. You're not good at prophecy, right? You're good in rapping to film, all right, and prostrating and praying 3 times a day. Yeah, you're good at that. But the interpretation of prophecy, my friend, you are not, because you couldn't even give me a proper interpretation of Deuteronomy Jeremiah 3, right? So let's go to the curses, right? So here in Deuteronomy 29, in verse 27, it says, the anger of the Lord was kindled against this land to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this book. Well, what are the curses that are written in this book? Those curses are found in 1 chapter prior, right? Can you see my screen, sir?
No.
All right, let's okay, boom. You should be able to see it now. All right. Deuteronomy 28, right? Verses 1 through 14 are blessings if the Israelites keep the commandments, right? Correct. Would you say that the Jews are keeping the commandments by and large?
No, not at all.
Okay, cool. I'm glad we agree, right? So now I'm going to jump down to verse 15, right? And you also agree that Deuteronomy were all the words that Moses spake to all Israel, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, boom. Verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. These words were spoken to all Israel, correct?
Correct.
And what were these curses for?
For if you don't follow the Torah.
Okay, cool. So let's jump down to verse 40. I'll start verse 43. It says, the stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. So if the Israelites are not keeping the commandments, the other nations, the strangers, will be above them and they'll be low, correct?
Correct. Okay,
verse 44. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him.
Correct.
He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail.
Correct.
You agree?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Is this woman Jeanette Yellen? Is she Is she a Torah keeper?
I don't believe so. I don't
She's
know.
not. She's not a Torah keeper. Well, what's interesting about Jeanette Louise Yellen, right? Let's look at her early life, right? She's of a Polish Jewish family, right?
Okay.
And she just so happens to currently be the United States Secretary of Treasury, right? And she was the last, all right, chair of the Federal Reserve Bank. Do you know what the Federal Reserve Bank does?
I'm aware what the Federal Reserve Bank is.
What does the Federal Reserve Bank do?
It is in charge of money and the distribution of money.
The lending of money, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this woman does not keep Torah. She's a proclaimed a professed Jew, right?
Correct.
Her and her predecessor Ben Bernanke, he's also not a Torah keeper,
Okay.
right?
Correct.
And he's Jewish, right?
It could be speaking also again in spirituality.
Listen, the Bernankes were of the few Jewish families in Dillon, right? So he's Jewish, right? But he's not a Torah keeper.
Correct.
Right? Deuteronomy 1 are all the words that God spoke, all right, to Moses, and Moses spoke to all Israel, right?
Also, the curses cannot apply to an ignorant Jew.
No, they're not ignorant. Hold on, Joseph. These people know that they're Jewish.
Correct, but they're ignorant of the law.
What do you mean they're ignorant of the law?
They cannot be held accountable for the sins of
That's not true. That's not true. That's nowhere in Torah.
They cannot be held accountable if they were not.
Okay, cool. Let me ask you a question. Let's say
you were not taught something, you cannot be held accountable for it.
No. Okay. Let's use that logic, right?
To a full extent. Wait, to a full extent.
No. Listen.
Not to a full extent.
Now you're changing things, right? Listen, right?
I'm changing it because I know that it could be misconstrued to say if somebody wasn't taught not to murder and he goes to kill somebody, can he be punished?
I'm not even going there. Okay. I'm not even going there, right? So Joseph, right? Let's say, right? I have a son, right? I'm a Jew, right?
Right.
And I say, you know what? I'm not going to circumcise my son on the 8th day, right? What are you smoking right now?
Vaping.
You're vaping. That's very kosher, is it?
According to Jewish law, you are to take care of your health. It is important to do so, and sadly, I'm not great at that. No one's
wow. So you're sinning according to Torah.
According to Torah, yes, it is the same.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm not perfect. You don't sin.
Listen, I do not live a lifestyle of sin.
Exactly.
Here's the thing. I don't sin willfully, right? You know it's a sin, and you're doing it. I don't.
Yeah, listen, but it's different because when I started, it was at a time period where I.
Wait, he just said, I don't sin willfully. You know it's a sin. So he just gave himself immunity because he does not know. But when Joseph said the white woman Jew that was treasury of the United States, when he said she can't be held accountable for sins that she's not aware of, the dude from Sicarii said, yes, she can. But then he goes and says that he should not be held accountable for the sins that he unwillfully do. Just the logic.
Big up, unbiased.
What's up, Stupides?
I said that you're on the Jews.
Huh?
I said that you're talking about the Hebrews and the Jews.
Yeah, they having a discussion. It's all over the place. It's like no set.
Yeah, no set thing. You know, the other day I was reading some information, and I found this piece of information. In 1066, England king died. No, before 1066. Like 1061, 1062, the king of England died. He had no heirs. And there was this man in Normandy, William the Conqueror. And William the Conqueror lived in Normandy. And Normandy was a place where the Jews were since the time of Romans. That's 1066, you know. And they financed William the Conqueror to an army and he go into England and he won and he got the throne of England. When I hear about Hebrew Israelite talking about them as Jews, them don't know nothing about money. All of these Power Rangers people broke like me and you. Have you ever seen a rich Power Ranger?
Nah, they're all poor.
They don't know nothing about money.
Zero.
If you ask them to put, if you said to them, say, listen, we need $50,000. There's 1,000 of them, and we need $50,000 to deposit on a building by Friday. I can guarantee to you that they won't find that.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
You understand? And
Yeah.
my thing is that I start looking at it, and I say, listen, all of these black organizations, including the Black Church, including the Black Panther, the IFP UK, the PUSSK, the Dead Start, the Nation of Islam, all of us. These organizations are big, strong organizations, but all of them, all of them hand for the white man. What's that thing? 501c?
Yeah, C3.
Yeah, 503c or some bullshit.
501c3.
501c3. They hold out their hand for the white man. All these organizations are big. You understand?
Yeah.
What we're doing, you know, so black people in America has been the richest that black people has been in the last 400 years. There was never a generation of black people that is richer than the black people that existed now.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know that, right?
Yeah.
And when you look at how we live, no, continue playing. I'm listening.
All right. Yeah. So let's see that they're all over the place. Yeah, it just when you said that, I just read something about Trae Young, the point guard, Atlanta Hawks. He bought somebody's ex-house, forgot, or former house, not ex-house. He bought somebody who used to be rich from sports. He bought their former house. And like, I was just thinking to myself, like, dude, you don't get it, do you? You just bought a former athlete's house. That's gonna be you soon.
No,
You gonna be selling that house next when you stop playing basketball. Yeah, like these guys act like they got some money generating outside of basketball.
No, but be honest, unbiased, be honest. Let's say somebody played in the NBA for 15 years and they made a total of $15 million. And depending on the state that they're at, taxes, all of that shit, they end up with $10 million over the last 10 years. $1 million a year. You mean that within 10 years of leaving the NBA, they broke?
Yeah, they say probably faster than that.
Within 10 years.
Yeah, basketball athletes are not as bad as football, but football, I think it's a high 60 to 80% of those guys going broke.
I would say that you have $10 million and you end up broke.
Because they're buying things that cost homes and cars that cost millions of dollars or close.
Yeah. I see black people now. You watch Real Housewife of Atlanta, and they're selling this dream. You must buy a Ghost, a Rolls Royce Ghost.
Right.
$350,000 for that car. Brand new. You can't get that car brand new like that. You have to basically buy it through a dealer. And their markup is oftentimes anywhere from 50 to 100,000. So a brand new Rolls Royce Ghost is a $450,000 car. What are you doing with a $450,000 car? Is that necessary? Is it necessary? You know that you start playing basketball when you're 23 and you finish by your 32. Right?
Right.
You still have umpteens of years to go. The New York Knicks star went back to college. What's his name? The one who played with the one who was at Knicks and he played with and he went to the Cavalier with LeBron. What's his name?
Carmelo?
No, man, not Carmelo.
Or J.R. Smith?
J.R. Smith. J.R. Smith went back to college. He went back to college and got a real degree. Yes, he's in college now. Because he understands that, listen, this money don't mean shit. Because if after you cannot live like how you live for the next 30 years, like when you're playing. Yeah, everybody, just like the number 13 player on the team want to live like the number 1 player who get a $50 million a year contract.
Right.
Right? You get a $2 million a year contract. And you want to live like the dude who get a $50 million a year contract.
Yeah.
You want to dress like him, you want to drive like him. No. You can't spend like the light skinned gray eye dude, Steph. How you supposed to be spending like Steph? No, you can't be doing that. He had one of them. He made over $100 million in his playing career. And less than 10 years later, he's working in Starbucks.
Wait, is that Antoine Walker?
Antoine Walker. How do you make more than $100 million? I end up in Starbucks. No, because if you even save $10 million, you don't have to work for the rest of your life with $10 million.
Right.
$10 million with a 5%. 5%. If you invest that at 5% in government stocks and bonds, at 5%, that's $500,000 a year. Off that 10 million. You're not touching the capital. Every year you're collecting $500,000. Just off $10 million out of $100 million. If you have a salary of $500,000, you're not balling. That's a baller salary. And you end up at Starbucks.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, so you buy for your money, you never buy cash either? Hmm? You make $100 million and you took out a mortgage on a house for your mother? That means everybody getting kicked out. Mom going back in the hood on Section 8?
Yep.
No.
It's like a dream, it's like a dream they lived just for 10 years.
If Reebok never set aside some money for what's that player's name? Allen Iverson. If Reebok didn't put like $20 million in trust, Iverson wouldn't be any different either.
Right.
He wouldn't be any different.
Yeah, these guys go broke, man.
Yeah.
Reebok did him a favor.
Hmm?
So Reebok did him a favor.
Reebok saved his life.
So, but why they act like the shoe companies are devils and they just greedy and they
No, because what happened is that when they made a deal with him, he was very young. And his agent said yes to that deal. Right? We put all of this. You'll be okay. Right? You'll be okay. Yeah. So, what is the topic on the Hebrew Israelites?
No, just watching the Israelites and the Jewish man build, to kind of like, because like most of us don't know the actual Jew standpoint. We heard Muslims talk, we heard Christians, but we really are not familiarized with Jewish people. So it's interesting to see them go back and forth
What Israelite?
I was talking to a Jew. I was talking to a Jew yesterday, right? And he's one of the Jews that family stayed in Israel, was in Palestine for years, from ever since, right? He's one of those Jews. And I was talking to him. And I was asking him, you know, I was asking him how do they feel about the white Jews? How do they feel about the white Jews? And he was on code. He said you have never been to Israel because a lot of the Jews in Israel are look like Middle Eastern.
Yeah.
And I said to him, if a lot of the Jews in Israel look like Middle Eastern, since independence, let's look at all the Jewish prime ministers. None of them look like Middle Eastern. Let's look at all the Jewish ambassadors. None of them look like Middle Eastern. So when you said to me that these Jews look like Middle Eastern, they're not holding any, they're not really respected in Israel. Hmm? Are they? Hmm? Hmm? Have you ever seen a Jewish prime minister that look like Middle Eastern?
Nah.
But they like to talk inclusiveness. They like to talk inclusiveness. When a Jew married to a black woman, especially a Sephardic Jew, the reason being, half of the time, when they do the DNA test to discover the abnormalities that exist within them, you know, the Ashkenazi Jews have a lot of DNA problems. You know that, right?
Nah.
Yeah, man, look up DNA problems among Ashkenazi Jews. Because what happened is that most of the lineage can be traced back to a small group of people, like 16 or 20 people. So as a result of that, it's almost like the inbreeding. So they have a large problem. They have a large problem with the DNA. They have a large number of defects in the DNA. And oftentimes, they can't marry another Jew because the children oftentimes will come out with all different kinds of problems. You know, Down syndrome, the one them that has to be in the wheelchair. You never see them yet. You live in New York, right?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. You never see, like a lot of the Jewish children them have problems.
Nah, we don't see Jewish people too much.
Yeah, but when you see them, especially the ones who come to Florida down here now, many of the children have problems because of abnormalities with the DNA. So that's why them sometimes marry outside to try to correct the issues. Yeah, but let's continue listening. Let's hear what these people say.
All right. Eric just joined. You want to add on to something to that, Eric?
Peace.
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 Did you want to add on to something you just said?
Yeah, I was just gonna say a lot of through my research and just over the years, you know, a lot of Jewish people, you know, quote unquote, they don't follow. Well, a lot of them are secular, I would say. You know, a lot of them, they're not Hasidic or Orthodox or nothing like that. So I think a lot of people, when they make assumptions like they running the money, you know, industry and doing this and that, running the movies and this and that, yeah, they big into that, but that's not every Jewish person. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No, that's true. That's true. That's true. But all right, let's look at it this way. Money stays within a community. Let's say black people were in charge of the grape industry. Black people was famous for making wines. Right? Although not every black people made wine, because you have rich black people who are winemakers, that can affect your community positively, meaning that the money generated within your community and it stays in your community. It's not like our community that as soon as the money comes within our community, it goes back the next day. You give a black man $1 million tomorrow morning, him going to buy a Hellcat red eye for $200,000, or buy a Harley Davidson street sweep for $40,000, and then carry it to the shop, and then put on $100,000 worth of accessories on that bitch. We have seen it in our neighborhood. We have seen people buy shitty cars and spend serious money. They don't do that. Their money relocated in the neighborhood. So although not all of them rich, all of them have access to finance. We don't have that in our neighborhood.
Wait, actually, stupid. I show some poor as hell Jewish people.
Yeah, there's some poor. But the ones who are poor work the system. The ones who are poor have 8, 9 children. And guess what they do? The Section 8 and food stamp the system, especially in New York.
Bro, their condition where they live at, I don't even think food stamps exist where they're at. The ones I showed, they live on land like trailers, and I don't believe I don't think food stamps do them any good. I think they grow their own food. Like they live like that, bro.
No, those are the ones who want to be outside of the system. Those are the ones who want to be outside of the system.
Wait. Let me say this though. I wouldn't agree with that, because a lot of people be trying to get out of that community, and they was complaining how hard it is to leave that community. So I wouldn't even say they want to be there.
Yeah, no, it's hard. Yeah, it's hard to leave that community, because what happened to those communities is that those communities, those communities remind me of the Mennonite communities. Is if you leave that community, you leave your brothers, your sisters, your mother, your father. It's not like you can be on the inside and on the outside at the same time in those communities. It's almost like you get excommunicated. Many religious communities are like that. You cannot be on the inside and the outside at the same time. It's either you are with us or you're not with us.
I was just looking at a documentary over this cultic Jewish branch. It's called Live Torah or something like that. I don't know. But they was doing the kids the same way. You know, it's extremist in every religion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's what I was referring to. Yeah, I was watching that.
Yeah. You know, and I feel sorry for the kids that have to grow up like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I work with some Jehovah Witnesses. They don't work with me no more, but not just them, but a lot of them, like you say, excommunicated. You know, you can't talk. They use the verse Psalm 45:10, do away with your family, or Matthew 10:34, your family and this and that. And, you know, it's like, man, where you draw the line? You know what I'm saying?
No, but if you think about it, remember, like the people who in the States, right, still use horse and buggy. What's those people called? They still have like the horse and buggy. They go around now.
You talking about the Amish?
Yeah, the Amish people. Many children leave the community for a year and then come out in the world and they have fun. And they know that they're coming back. They come out in the world, have sex, have fun, drink, smoke, do all the bullshit for a year. And they go back to the communities. And although they miss internet and all of that, they know that they're going to miss their mother and father more. Because those communities, you cannot be on the inside and you cannot be on the outside. Right? Is that back in the day? Back in the day, why a lot of people didn't do shit in the community, you know, in terms of, you know, anything wrong, was because the community would excommunicate you. Right? A gay man in our community, a gay man in a black community 50, 60, 70 years ago, he couldn't really partake in community activities if people found out he was gay. Nobody would be inviting him to them barbecue. Nobody would be want to be friends with him. So certain behaviors were punished. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I know once I got into my 40s, I was, I look at my kids, they'd be 25 and 20 soon. And I'm like, man, let them find their own way. You know what I'm saying? I can't beat them up. And, I don't want to have that burden. I don't want to have, you know what I'm saying? How some of these coats do. It's just, man, it's messed up.
Yeah, but they don't give a fuck. These cults don't care because they see their way as the only way. But then we have, all right, let's say ISUPK and a lot of these Hebrew Israelites had the resources. Don't you think that they would be like, what the one that they built the pyramid down in Georgia? What's his name? Dr. No, not
Malachi.
Dr. Malachi York. Yes. Wouldn't they be telling us the members that God to come, let's go into the wilderness and create our own society? And we're going to wear this Power Ranger suit every day. And if you don't wear the Power Ranger suit, you'll be punished.
Hell no.
No, think about it. If you give, what's the one in Guyana's name? Remember that dude in Guyana that did poison everybody? Yeah, Jim Jones. When Jim Jones took everybody and said, sell your earthly possession, sell everything you have, and let's go down to Guyana. And you cannot have sex with your wife. He told the men that they cannot have sex with their wife because sex was for procreation. What about the next one in Waco, Texas? What's his name?
From where? Where?
Waco, Texas.
David Koresh.
David Koresh. You realize that all of the fanatics have the same operators, man, operate the same way?
Right.
But they want to Malachi York, Jim Jones, David Koresh.
Right.
All of them operate the same way. They alone have the holy seed. Right? They alone have the holy penis.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Captain Tazariak and General, what's his name?
Yana.
Let them get some land in Arizona. And these dudes come down there with the girl. After a while, all the dudes would be in one building and all the women would be in another building.
Isn't that how Nature Boy was?
Yeah. Nature Boy. He was the only one having sex. And he was having sex with everybody, male and female. But nobody else couldn't have sex with anybody else.
And then it's like everybody had a vision, like Joseph Smith or Ellen G. White. But it's so subjective, you know what I'm saying? Farrakhan had a vision, even Ben Ami, they say he had a vision. It's like, who could verify it?
Right.
Joseph, look at what's Farrakhan's leader name? What's his name? What's the prophet name?
Elijah Muhammad.
Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad had his own in Harlem, in Harlem. Not in Chicago, I mean. He had his own little Harlem. Right? He had a lot of young girls.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because this is...
If this is, in today's society, this is the trouble he would have been in today. Hold on, let me show you Elijah. Right here.
What's that?
Emily and
Because
Haley and a few young ladies online that have been talking to you, okay? I just want to have a talk with you about that. I got 2 other people with me for safety reasons. We're not here to hurt
So this would be Elijah Muhammad today if he was in the 2020s.
you or take anything from
He'll be coming to his house with the transcripts of him and those young girls online molesting them online.
no, the only thing about it is the difference is that, all right, in the Mormon community in Utah, you have certain places where young girls get married as young as 8 years old. There was a program on 60 Minutes, right? These young girls get married from as young as 12 years old.
That's
They get
crazy.
pregnant from 14, 13, and nobody talks because religious people don't talk. It's a blessing. It's a blessing
To see with the prophet.
to sleep with the prophet.
You know what? That's what one of the guys, he's doing federal time now in that case, Warren Jeffs. He was big into that in Utah. He had branched off from the Orthodox, quote unquote brand of Mormonism, and he had a lot of those young ladies as well.
Yeah, he had about 12 young ladies from those like 12 years old.
Yeah, but what is the look? These guys get their hands on 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds. What is the obsession with little girls, man?
I don't know.
It's a purity. And probably them. It's like I don't even want to think what I could find attractive in a 12-year-old girl. There's nothing attractive about a 12-year-old girl.
Can we talk as plain men?
Yeah.
Peace.
I mean, understand, the mind is most of what goes on is sexual deviancy. But there's something about a young virgin, unfortunately, that they just fall in lust with. The tightness, the idea that they're the ones that did this, they're the ones that broke this, they're the one that formed us. So that's the attraction to it. I mean, and it's a power tripping thing.
No, I understand if you say it's about the power. It's about the power, it's about the level of control that they have over this. This is a God complex. But in truth and in fact, I feel that you need to go away and go into a little box.
You know the other dangerous. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead. My bad.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's what a lot of groups do too. They had a big profile on the Jehovah's Witnesses a few weeks back. They were saying they got some of the biggest cases in the world right now because they was using the Bible to say, go before the elders. And that's how they was, hiding a lot of these people. And they was moving around to, kingdom hall to kingdom hall. That's been documented. That's a dangerous thing too. You know what I'm saying? So just think of how many kids have been affected by that, around the world.
Yeah. Where the church leaders decide the punishment that 10 Hail Marys.
When we talk about virgins, he's not just going into her that day. He got to molest her for some days or weeks to get it even possible to have sex with her.
No, because many people is of the belief. Mike Tyson said it one time when this dude said he should go into a straitjacket. And Mike Tyson said, come up here and say that to me. Come up here and say that to me, you this, you that. I will F you till you love me. I'm going to fuck you till you love me. No, a lot of men believe that the penis is a magic one. The dick is a magic one. It's an abracadabra.
Damn.
That women fall in love with them because of them fuck game. And I'm not denying that women can be attracted to you because you're good in bed. But half of the time, it's not that make them stay. Dick will make a girl come around, but dick won't make you stay.
What's the biggest coat out there in Jersey? I'm biased.
Black or white?
Both.
Black, it'll be the Hebrew Israelites. White, it'll be those extreme Trump supporters.
Oh, okay.
Within 10 years, the Egypt Armenia will be on that level too.
Oh yeah. That's gone.
Yeah. Jabari working for that man. But he's the problem with Jabari is that he's not working with the poor black folks. He don't want the poor black folks. That's why his organization isn't that big. He's not going into the trenches for the poor black folks.
Right.
He wants the middle class black folks, the college educated black folks.
Yeah.
Those black women who want to find the name and calling themselves all different kind of Egyptian name. This bullshit. So them is daughters of pharaohs.
Yeah, I didn't know how big the Israelite camps grew until this Kanye West stuff and Kyrie stuff came about.
They're going to grow because that big, they went out there in all the uniform, look like a low budget Star Wars movie.
And Sonetta asked him the other day, he said, how come y'all just, since, because he was acting like it's on Kumbaya with the Israelites. So Sonetta was like, well, how come y'all just get together and be one group? Just can't do it, man.
No, because, and it's the silliest thing, some of them debating whether the 400 years, whether it is 430 years, whether they go into the wilderness, when God coming back, some stupid debate they're debating over.
What group, excuse me, I'll put it in terms of this way, religious group is autonomy?
The Catholics and the Jehovah's Witness and the Seventh-day Adventists.
Mormons.
And the Mormons.
Those groups, those groups are considered to be Christian organizations. So they come underneath the umbrella of a Christian organization. Catholics, Mormons, they're all Christians.
But the reason why I don't see them as a separation of the Christian groups is because all of these groups are multinational. It's not like it's one splinter cell. The Jehovah's Witness is worldwide. The Roman Catholic is worldwide. Mormons are worldwide. The Adventists are worldwide.
Are worldwide. Even Church of Jesus Christ, even the brother in Philadelphia, all churches, most mega churches are worldwide. It doesn't matter if it's Church God in Christ. It doesn't matter if it's the Church of Jesus Christ, if it's the Church of First Church. They're all.
Yeah, but all of them don't call themselves Hebrew Israelites.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about Christians. It doesn't matter what belief system there is that's out here. There's no unification among any groups, whether they're Christians, even Muslims. You're Sunni Muslim, Shia Muslim, Gaddafi Muslim. There's all separatists in every group. You'll
Yeah,
find separatists, different belief in any belief system.
Yeah, so let me just back up what I meant though when I said that, because these are black men, right? That believe that there's an agenda against black men. So this is why it's a little different now. These are black men who believe there's an agenda against black men, and most importantly, they believe the agenda is against Israelite black men above all. So now you got different Israelite black men who came from the same tree, because even Gorilla Hebrew will tell you he came from GMS, and they all come from ISPK, by the way. So these all came from the same tree. You can't say the same about Mormons and everybody else. Huh?
Came from none of that.
Who?
Me.
Right, but I was talking about the camps.
Okay, but see, even the camps don't, because I mean, y'all throw that black word around. So I mean, most camps sell for folk. Folk says Negro only, but even in that, they don't specify what color. So most of the other camps, except American natives, Mexicans, South Americans, I mean, you got some camps out here that accept Filipinos. So I just don't understand when I hear black folk saying black Hebrew Israelite. Because I don't
hold on. You have Filipino Hebrew Israelites?
Sure. And they say they come from original stock, Negritos of the Philippines. They're right now practicing in the Philippines.
So which tribe do they belong to?
They mention the tribe. I don't know if they're saying Ephraim but they mention a tribe. And they say they came from the original Negrito of the population. You know what Negrito means, right? Black, Negro.
Let's get
it. Look it up.
During the Philippine-American War, you know that America fought a war against the Philippines, United States of America.
Not against the Philippines. It was against Japan. Japan is the one that attacked.
No. It's against Japan. Go back.
Yeah.
There was a Philippine-American war, not Japan-American war. There was a Philippine-American war.
Doesn't claim that. Nowhere in American history does it claim anything like that.
No, go and look it up. There was a Philippine-American war.
I know they was fighting the Japanese.
Let me finish talking. There was a Philippine. Let me finish.
General MacArthur supposedly freed the land of the Philippines from Japanese occupation in World War II.
This was before World War II. Let me finish talking. This war was before World War II. There was a Philippine-American war. And many soldiers, the black soldiers from the Buffalo Soldier, went to fight that war. And many of the black soldiers, when they realized
American war,
there was a Philippine-American war.
Okay.
And many of the black soldiers who went to fight that war, when they realized that the Filipino was being treated no different than the black person back in the United States, these black soldiers deserted and fought for the Philippines. That's why you don't know about it. Many black soldiers, many black American soldiers fought for the Philippines. And as a result of that, many of them stayed over there even after the Philippines surrendered. Many black persons did not come back. Many of these soldiers did not come back to America. They stayed in the Philippines and they had wives and children.
It would make sense if they fought against America. They wouldn't be welcome to come back. So,
would you consider those men traitors?
Would I consider them traitors?
Yeah.
No, I mean, no. Consider them liberators. But I might consider them traitors.
Yeah. Right. Right. But it is there. There's one black soldier in particular who's given.
Would you consider Nat Turner to be a traitor?
No man who fights for his freedom and no man who fights against oppression can be considered a traitor.
Okay.
So whether or not, if he was my friend and I become the oppressor and he decides to fight against me, I might not agree with him. I might when I find him hanging. But at the same time, if I should lie in my bed and realize that I became an oppressor, he's not a traitor.
Well,
Anybody who,
this man in this country here fought among himself. Families fought against families. Cousins died in war, in this civil war here in America. That just shows how devious this man is and what he would do. He would go to no limit. The greatest racism you ever experience is between two white people and the manifestation of the will that they will have. Because normally black folks give up way before, but these white folks, they will fight themselves tooth and nail. Yeah, because they feel they all have that right. And there's no stopping them when they come to that, man. That's why right now to this day, Trump still think that the election was stolen.
Look, this man would side with somebody whom considered an enemy. If you look at the American War for Independence, America War for Independence. Anybody ever asked where America got the money from to fight the war against the British?
I would say France, but who knows?
Right? So Benjamin Franklin went to France.
Right.
Now, put it out there. All right. Benjamin Franklin went to France in 1772. About that, he went to France, the great ambassador. France didn't have any money. Louis didn't have any money when he went to France. But Benjamin Franklin got the money from a specific group that was very powerful in France. He came back with what would consider almost $13 billion in today's money. To fight the British. But read it up in history, you'll figure it out. But I'm not going to say that because I don't want unbiased losing channel.
Yeah.
I don't want unbiased losing channel. But France was broke at the time because France did just almost finish fighting a war. But yet still had enough to support the American war. Believe that. Yeah, but trust me, I look at it. So what do you think about basketball players getting broke? Somebody like Antoine Walker, $100 million contract.
I mean, it's happened to sports all over the field because people that are not used to things don't know how to handle things. And there's always somebody, regardless of how much money you're making, there's always some white man, somebody that's making more money off of you than what you're making off of yourself. And the moment you say something they don't like, you see how much control you got because they'll freeze your bank account.
All right. Since the start of the NBA, there have been what? Not 15,000 players, 50 years. 50. Three thousand people.
I think the last
3,000
count,
people.
I think they said the last count was like 5,000 total
Yeah,
players.
5,000 total players. We're going to say 75% of those were black.
Yeah, Stu Pease. But
Yeah,
guess who never goes broke? Guess who never goes broke?
the owners.
The owners. See,
Yeah, no,
because
no.
my team,
No,
the
no,
Washington Redskins,
don't let me lose my thought, please. Don't let me lose my thought. Right? There have been 5,000 players, 4,000 of which were black. Right? Of the 4,000 of which were black, 2,000 were multi-million-dollar players. 2,000 were ordinary players, but 2,000 are multi-million-dollar players. Right? So 2,000 times, say 10 million. How much money is that? $8 billion? 8, 9 billion, $10 billion. So we had black men, 2,000 black men with $10 billion worth of resources. I am going to ask everybody on the panel, what physical thing that we can see and touch have these black men contributed to the black community?
I mean, if you talk about what building establishments and things, I mean, it's a lot of players around. You know, you can
No,
look
but
on the internet. I mean, players. I mean, Shaq. I mean, I'm not talking about the multi-millionaire. I mean, your average players. They do a lot for different communities. And
no. You
just have
just said, tell me one significant thing, one significant tangible thing.
King James bought some bicycles, man, for the kids could ride the bikes to school.
Is that tangible?
I mean, you can look at Jalen Rose. He has a school in Detroit. David Robinson has one in San Antonio. LeBron has one in Ohio.
Jalen Rose have it's not really a school. It's a sports academy like.
Oh, well, you just asked, what's tangible.
Yeah,
I mean, do you think people owe that or what? Do they have that responsibility?
I feel so, yes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I feel so, yes.
So what about the owners?
Huh?
I hear people always talk about with the ball players.
No. The owners don't.
But I never hear nobody talk about what these owners ought to be doing. Especially the ones that owns the team, the stadium, the parking, like the Washington Commanders owner, who's about to sell the team for $800 billion. 800 for a team that he paid $870,000. He's about to sell it for $800 billion.
It's not 800 billion. That's almost $1 trillion. It's not 800 billion.
Say what?
It's not 800 billion.
What do you mean it's not 800 billion?
8 billion.
It's 8 billion. It's not
8 billion.
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
8 billion, 800 billion. It don't matter. We know there's only a few people that can pay for their team outright right now. Only a few people.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. All of us are on the plantation. We're on the plantation. We have struggled on the plantation. We are on the plantation singing the songs while we're picking the cotton. And one person happened to escape the plantation. Are you saying that he doesn't need to look back? And everybody else who's on that plantation? Just because he escaped the plantation, he shouldn't look back? He shouldn't be worried about who was left on the plantation?
So you think that it's their responsibility?
Of course, because all of us on the plantation, we're still on the plantation. We're not still on the plantation. Are you denying that we're on the plantation?
No.
Are you saying that?
Do you have a responsibility?
No, we not on the plantation. I don't
Do
agree
you
with
have
Well,
responsibility? Do you have?
right. That's where I was going. I agree with Paul. I
yeah,
mean, I
yeah,
look at
yeah, yeah.
myself. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
it's a look. It's an old saying that said, if you want to change your world, change yourself first. So
Right.
I don't look at them. I look at
Right.
myself.
I mean, it got to begin with you. It has to. I mean, people are always talking about other folk, but they don't see themselves and the little that they can do.
Right.
Just start with yourself and set that example. I mean, Michael Jackson said something when he said, look at the man in the mirror. Stop pointing fingers, man. Because when you point a finger, you got 4 pointing back at yourself.
I get your concept as far as, doing things, but a lot of them brothers do a lot of just people that's not brothers, athletes in general. They do a lot of, different things in different communities.
They do the shit.
No, they don't have to. I agree with
the
Apostle.
shit.
No, they don't have to. They don't.
We ain't no different, bro. They're just on a different level than us, man.
They do the shit.
When's the last time you walked out and gave your lunch money to a person walking down the street? The money that you're going to use to buy yourself that cheeseburger and that whatever, instead of spending the money on yourself, just hand it to a person. When's the last time you did that?
No, all the time. All the time, people. Yeah, all the time, people. All the time.
I'm not talking about somebody come up and ask you. I'm just talking about you just doing it because you see the need. And instead of pointing at some basketball player.
Hold on. I am not pointing at some basketball player. This is what I am saying. Let me be very careful. Let me be very careful and put my words. But I'm not saying that. An individual basketball player, an individual LeBron, an individual everybody is just one individual. But a group of organized basketball players, just like, let me finish talking. The most powerful group of lobbies in America is the real estate lobbies, the unions, the construction unions. They understand that, listen, the one construction worker cannot do it. But if we organize ourselves in a tangible group, a powerful men, we can move mountains. No, they don't have to move mountains, but other groups were moving mountains. And they will still continue to move mountains because they see beyond the individual. And the weak and the strong. And you might not see the strong up front, but the strong put a lot of systems in place to make sure that the weak is all right. But we don't owe nobody anything. We don't owe nobody anything.
Yeah, I would say this, for me personally, yeah, I try to do my best to give back to what I have, like Apostle was saying, and many others, and this is a good discussion, I think. But just like, I think, brother, you from Jamaica?
Yes.
Look at all the great artists that came out of Jamaica, we can go countless, from rappers to reggaeton and, countless. We can look at those as well and say, well, how many has given back? Jamaica, Jamaica, last time I checked, Jamaica is one of the poorest countries in North America.
Yeah. But we have to take into consideration, I'm going to tell you a secret that a lot of people don't know. That a lot of people don't realize. Jamaica economy don't work shit. And let me be honest with you. Meaning that the economy don't work shit. They don't produce anything more than certain kind of foods to feed themselves and tourism. But most of the hotels are owned.
They got some good guns.
No, in the land. No, in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Ganja don't have no value in Jamaica. It's not like ganja has value. Ganja don't have no value in Jamaica. Just like we don't have any value in Mexico.
A honeymoon in the grill.
Yeah, but it don't have any value.
I was offered from the airport to the hotel,
Yes,
but it
because
was an awful lot.
yeah, but it don't value shit. If you go to Mexico with $100 to buy weed, you know how much weed they get in? If you go to Jamaica with $100 to buy weed, because it's not scarce there, so it's not like you can say, if I had 10 pounds of weed, I can make some real money. If you have 10 pounds of weed in Mexico or 10 pounds of weed in Jamaica, it don't mean shit. It don't mean shit. So you can't say I have ganja. How Jamaica survive? And if you look at it, there's this thing called remittance. You know about remittance?
No, what's that?
Western Union.
Oh, Western Union. Yeah.
Western Union. Meaning that a large proportion of Jamaica economy is based upon Western Union. What it is that Jamaica has a large population in first world countries like England, Canada, and America, Grand Cayman. And these people send back money regularly to those family members that they have in Jamaica. You can look it up. Jamaica after Mexico. It's like you have Mexico. I think Jamaica send the third largest amount of money outside of the United States. After Mexico, Mexico and probably India or something. And Jamaica is a relatively small country.
Yeah, I definitely I agree with you on that, but just, kind of going back to everybody basically reach for themselves. You know what I'm saying? But I don't look at it from a standpoint that whether athlete or musician or anything like that, as a collective whole, is gonna change anything. It's just like if we make a generalized statement like Italians, they big into the mafia, but you still have poor Italians. Or you look at Indians, they own basically all the gas stations, but India is a poor nation. You know what I'm saying? With over 1 billion people. So it's not one person or one occupation is not gonna change a whole group as a collective. It's just not gonna happen.
No. Of course, it changed. I think you said the Italians are mafia, but the Italians are not. Yeah, the Italian mafia, yes, we all agree with that. But guess what? The Italians control in New York. Guess what they control?
The waste management, all the garbage.
The waste management and the construction, the cement and the construction. So guess what? Guess a lot of the construction workers traditionally was Italians, and it was a high-paying job, a high-paying, low-skill job. And most of these people end up owning houses, and most of these people insist that if you're going to have somebody to do certain jobs, they have to be licensed and they have to be unionized. They can't use ununionized workers. So they protect their own through common sense. One Italian could have said, I'm rich, I don't give a fuck about the rest of us.
I mean, well, that's what I did for my son. I got him in the union. So that's why he
right
now. So
you got him into electrician union.
No, asbestos.
That's asbestos union. But the Italians control certain unions. And as a result of the people always going to get work. And the people they're going to look out for the people.
Yeah, so let me add on to that. I know where you going, and I already went. So basically, when you hear like Black NBA players that made it, to the NBA, if you hear their upbringing, like in their mind state, when they're not in high school or whatever, they always tell the story as that this is the way out. Like if they don't make it with it, if the NBA don't get them out, they're stuck. See, the thing is, stuck in what? Where are they stuck at? So like they understand like where they stuck at is like ground zero, right? So when they get out of ground zero, it'll be common, and you made it, right? And you're successful. It's common sense to think back at other people who are in ground zero, because that NBA player himself said where they grew up was ground zero. You're either gonna be dead, locked up, or working a meager job. So they understand that their upbringing was like really futile. Like there's no promise there at all. Same thing with Italians. The Italians in this country, they had like a similar beginning in this country, very poor, ghettos, being harassed, things like that. And like Stu P said, so when some of them made it out, they looked back and they provided things for only Italians. So
Damn right.
so for us, so for Black people, it might be Black people all over, you know, not just in America. For some reason, like that's not instilled in our upbringing. It's not instilled like, listen, it's all for one for all. You know, we kind of make it out and just be like, oh well, everybody on their own. And with that mentality, we shouldn't complain about the condition of majority Black folks.
No, let me finish this. Let me finish this. Look, when you look at boxers, right? I use this analogy. When you look at boxers, many of these boxers, why I give Mayweather his props, Moneymaker Mayweather his props. The first time I saw it, that he built his own gym. He has a wonderful state-of-the-art gym that he built for himself. Other fighters trained there, you know, but it was primarily Moneymaker's gym. He built his own gym. When you look at a boxer, like a lot of the heavyweights were millionaire. They didn't have shit to show for all the millions of dollars they have. They didn't even have a gym. They didn't even have a gym. Right? These dudes, when they say they drive back to the neighborhood to show where they're from, they're driving back in a $500,000 car and they're going back to the neighborhood and they're showing this shitty open lot that they used to play ball on and say, I came from here. You're a multi-million-dollar millionaire and you're driving back to a community where you came from that the kids didn't have shit, any recreation facility. And you come back as a millionaire in a $500 car, $500,000 car, pointing on a shitty spot with a broken down backboard, with a football field that is dirt, and you're saying that this is where I came from? That's what I call not looking back. That's what I call not looking back. What you leave back in the community, what you say, all right, this was my community. I can make a difference now. I can remember, oh, we didn't have a good basketball court. We didn't have shit. The city didn't give a fuck about us. And you came from that?
I mean, the ones that I know I played against in high school, you know, I mean, I come from a bigger city, but they did things in the community. You know what I'm saying? They built parks and football facilities and they moved on. You know what I'm saying? I worked. Thankful I got a good job, but I'm not looking like to Antoine Randall or Danny Clark, people I played football. You know, they moved on. They gone. They live in other states. You know what I'm saying? They doing good, but they gave back. They did something. So I don't look at it like, oh man, why Twan don't come back or why D Wade don't come back.
I don't expect him to come back, but if you come from a community, I'm talking that you that means you come from Florida, right?
No, I'm in the shop.
Oh, you're in Chicago. You're in Chicago. No, let's be honest. Chicago need a small nuclear bomb.
Come on.
Chicago need, no. Chicago need a small nuclear bomb. But do we want to believe it or not? In Chicago, the census show that you have 150,000 black people belong to gangs in Chicago. 150,000 people. You can bring up that if you don't believe me. No, if you have 150,000 gang members in any city, that city needs to be destroyed, burned to the ground. You need a nuclear bomb. There's no saving that city until the white people are ready. When the white people ready, they will come back for it just like how they come back from Harlem. And all of those dudes who talking about this block is their block, and who this, that in the song, don't mean shit. Don't mean shit. That's my problem. That's what Chirac. Oh Lord.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be that way.
Certain communities, brother. That ain't the whole city, bro.
No, it's not the whole city. But why people going to come back for this? Why people going to come back for the cities? Because they're coming back for the cities. Ask Samuel. They're coming back for the cities. Those black inner city area where black people live, that prime real estate. White people coming back. And when they buy the
that
first,
happened before. I think it happened somewhere in the 80s or 90s in New York.
yeah. Yeah, they come. Chirac, New York was like Chirac, you know. Harlem was like Chirac, you know. Brooklyn was like Chirac, you know. Remember Brooklyn, do or die? Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Don't look at Brooklyn. Look at Brooklyn now. Black people can't buy a house in Brooklyn. What's the real estate like in Brooklyn now? Unbiased.
But it's always been crazy in New York, so I can just imagine where it's at now, especially with the market going up.
Black people can't buy a house in Brooklyn because white people coming back. And the first thing they do when they come back is that they buy these houses and then they raise. You know what they raise after that?
You can't get a house or an apartment. They both too much.
Right.
But that's just about everywhere. Washington, D.C. used to be, when I was living there, anywhere from 93% black to maybe 85% black.
And the white people came back and took it.
Black.
And they came back and took it. They came back for that shit.
Even worse area in Southeast where I grew up at, right now, white people living there.
No, remember what the crime was like before the white people came back? Remember what the crime was like before the white people came back? You couldn't walk on the street. You have to be looking out and worrying if you get mugged. No, you see white people
get mugged. But I mean, but the person, I mean, you know, your hood is your hood.
Yeah. Remember what crime was like in Washington back in the day? It was excessive. No, white women walking 2 hours in Washington on the street that Pookie got shot down and Ray Ray killed him.
Right.
And nobody can touch her.
No,
white women walking dog in Harlem now. White women do walking dogs in Brooklyn on the corners where my Jamaican virgin used to be at. Which was one of the most dangerous corners. And white women walking dogs on those corners now, and nobody dare touch her or even look on her too hard.
Right.
Look at that white woman too hard. They spend the next 200 years in Rikers.
Yeah, I think the police officers, you know, they know who the crooks are and the criminals. So I believe that they always have talks with the criminals. You know, we see them in the hood, in movies. They pull over, they talk to criminals.
Yeah.
I believe they game them. Like, listen, don't you dare go over there. Okay?
Look,
you can do what you want over here, but don't you dare go over there bothering. And I believe some of that can be, you know, influenced.
Look what happened the other day. 2 days ago in Georgia, a 77-year-old multimillionaire was stabbed to death. 2 days ago in the city of Buckhead was stabbed to death by a black dude. Yes. Yes, by a black boy, 23-year-old black boy. And the police found him in less than 24 hours.
Yeah, so
he's going to spend the rest of his fucking life
even
in
if he
prison.
didn't do it.
He's going to spend the rest of his fucking life in prison. No, in our community, we can only kill each other. But once you start killing white people, you think if black people was killing white people in Chicago, that bullshit could continue?
Nah, hell.
You think that bullshit would continue?
Hell no.
Slowed it down. They slowed it down a lot. Even like
I mean, look what happened to our top running back, our 3rd round pick, man. Down there at a famous restaurant, the Shrimp Bowl. down in the hood, getting him some fish from a place that all the celebrities that, off of Benning Road in the hood still got carjacked, shot 2 times in the leg, but he's playing football today. So thank God for Robinson, man.
You talking about the Redskins?
Huh?
Redskins running back?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, the basketball team will tell you. The Wizards will tell you, man, you can't fool around in certain areas in D.C. at night. Now, you all right in the daytime.
No, because
That sounds like sundown towns.
Yeah.
No, because he's black. I can tell you that I can put a white woman with a poodle dog in the most dangerous black hood in America. I can put a white woman walking a poodle in the most dangerous black hood in America, and none of the niggas touch her. None of the Negroes.
Yeah, I'm going to agree to that. I'm going to agree to that. I know for a fact.
The most dangerous neighborhood, and I can put a white woman walking a poodle dog, and
Right here
none
in
of
Newark.
the Negroes touch her.
Right here in Newark.
Negroes never
You got
touch
white
her.
folks. He's still right here in Newark. You got white folks living in the worst parts of Newark that you, I, Apostle, and Eric won't even think about renting or buying for ourselves, our family. White folks are living over there, and these guys be having like little parties in their garages. You know what I mean? They well off. They pulling in all type of alleys and shit. I'm talking about Stu Peace, 2 a.m. I ride by and they got the thing open. They got no care in the world of a nigga running down. But if that was one of us, man, we'd be on alert. We'd be, you know what I mean? Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, put a white lady with a poodle dog. No Negro. But you know what we come like? The people who raise pit bull. You know that if a pit bull bites its owner, you put it down. Right? You put it down. You don't breed that pit bull. You breed out that aggression out of him to bite the owners. Right? You put him down. Those white people has put down the aggression.
Yeah.
The black men who would fuck around white people, all of those dudes are in prison.
Good conversation, man.
Yeah.
It's getting late. I'm gonna bid y'all good night.
Apostle.
Yeah.
Before you leave, somebody in the chat said, "You real cool. We not talking about the Bible."
Yeah.
He's like down to earth when the subject is non-Bible.
Yeah, well, I can get with that. It's just that the opposition to the Bible, man, is
Look, I don't. Yeah, that's there, but I also think the other half is opposition to interpretations of the Bible.
Listen, I have a problem with the Bible, you know. I have a problem with black Christians. After the civil rights movement, 1966, 1960, once Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act into law, the Civil Rights Bill into law, the black church has done nothing for our people. Not one fucking thing has the black church done for our people.
Come on, man.
I don't understand, man, why people got this entitlement that that is not entitlement.
That is not entitlement. The black church,
the black church owns its responsibility to its members.
The black church
collect $1 billion
they own its responsibility to its tithe.
Collects $1 billion
don't pay tithes in that church. Don't expect no help from that church.
That's every religion.
The black church collect $1 billion every Sunday. Every Sunday, the black church in America collect $1 billion.
But you're not the one adding to that $1 billion.
They have not. I would never. I would burn the church. I would burn the church if I could.
Yeah, but
I
that's
would
every
burn the
religion.
church to
That's
the
every
ground.
religion. That's every religion, though. If you want to look at it like that.
Business.
No,
I
but
moved to South Carolina, down here in Hilton Head. I opened up a small little church. I had 55 chairs in it.
Mhm. And listen, in South Carolina here in the Hilton Head, you got Binions and you got Cummians. Okay? Two different type of people. You got the folk that's been here since slavery. And then you got the folk that just came here. So those people are called Cummians. But your Binions, they've been here for years and years and years, and their land was stolen from them. And they now living in shacks. These hotels are now standing on their land that they used to own. They work at these restaurants, but they don't patronize these restaurants. It reminded me of Jamaica, where the people of Jamaica worked at these resorts, but they didn't patronize them. They stood down the sand, cornrowed my wife's hair, and talked about how they couldn't stay here on a weekend. Even if they had the money, they couldn't stay here. So look.
Why they couldn't? No, what you mean why they couldn't stay here? They can go there, but they choose not to.
Say what?
They can go. No, they can go there. There's no law stopping them from going there.
Oh, yes, there was.
Dude.
Even if those employees could not stay in those resorts. Now, I talked to them.
No. Listen, they don't stay in. If you work at a resort, you don't vacation at the resort that you work. You go to a different resort.
Listen,
to vacation.
Let me talk. I'm talking from, listen, Sweet Pete. Let me talk. I live here in Hilton Head. Okay? I see the people working in these stores, in these restaurants. But just like in Jamaica, these people do not patronize. They don't go to these restaurants. A couple was in my church. I asked them, when was the last time they've been to a restaurant and sat down and had a meal? They said, Pastor, we don't do that. I said, why not? It was their anniversary. I gave them the keys to my Cadillac, and I gave them money and told them to go and enjoy themselves. They never did that before. Now, these were the members in my church. Half of them, more than half of them, would join a welfare check. But these are the people that came to my church. And there was no way, I told my wife, am I going to stand up in this pulpit and beg these people for their tithes? Me and my wife paid for the mortgage on that church. Out of our pocket. For 9.5 years, I pastored that church. 9.5 years that I pastored that church. When I started my church, I called around to the different churches trying to find some church. I had one pastor that knew my aunt was her cook. And I asked her if she could help me. When I called, she asked me, what am I calling her for? Well, why are you calling me? I said, well, I'm calling, let you know I just opened up. And if possible, if you got some chairs, you know, even if I had to pay, you know who gave me chairs?
White people.
The Catholic Church.
White people.
The Catholic Church and the Jewish community. I went down to the synagogue and they blessed me with beautiful pulpit chairs, man.
You know what? I'm one of sorry, Apostle. I'm one of the belief. I believe that all organized religions should be taxed in some type of way.
Well,
No.
you are taxed. even though you got the 501c3 status. Because I had the 501c3, but you're still taxed. You got to pay tax on the stuff that's in that church every year.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like through the donation. I'm talking about what type of account?
Well, there's no record of the donation, man. There's no record. Unless you got people paying by check, those that put cash into the basket, that is never recorded. Not unless it goes in the envelope and their names are. And usually the ones that do that is the ones that rely on it because they're going to claim it at the end of the year that they gave it. But most churches will guilt walk you through that. By the time you won't be claiming nothing like that. You won't be filing no taxes claiming that you gave that church that money. You'll be getting a visit from the pastor. Because if you go and file your taxes, then that's going to leave a trail back to that church. Oh, that pastor's going to come visit you. You better believe it. Hey, look, I've been church since 1977 when I came in at 22 years of age. Within a year, I was in ministry. I was being trained straight by the pulpit. I am church educated.
All right. So you're the best. So you can answer this question because you just said something significant a while ago. You said something very significant. You said that when you were beginning with your church and a small congregation, you went to the black church, and the black church did not do shit for you.
Didn't even offer to pray.
Eh? Didn't even offer you to pray. If you know, so
the
listen.
comment I got was, what do you want from me?
Right. So my question to you is,
and my aunt was a member of her church, cooked her food for 20 years before she died. My aunt was her cook and was a member of her church for 20 years. Her daughter is still a minister there. And she asked me, well, what can I do for you? I mean, why are you calling me?
Listen, black churches are a business that can be inherited by children.
Yeah.
I thought that is the biggest bullshit ever.
I can't believe that I'm the only one out here, and I know I'm not, because there's some real pastors out here. There are some real pastors out here. When a friend of mine's died from AIDS from using needles, and his pastor told him that he loved that guy so much that he would have went down on the corner and bought him drugs just to give him some relief. Because that friend of mine suffered from AIDS badly, but he wouldn't take anything. And that pastor was saying how he went through the pain, but it reminded him of his addiction. And he felt that it's all worth it because he would never do drugs again in his life. And as a recovering addict, I understand. Now, Melvin was my friend since we were 7 years old. We used drugs together. I'm talking about from 12 to 22. When I stopped, he continued. I stopped at 22 because I got converted. But that didn't happen to the rest of my friends. All right. And the pastor at his funeral said, I seen him suffer. I would have went down to the corner and bought drugs for him to give him some relief, but he wouldn't allow me. Now, when I went to that guy's funeral, man, in my pastoral attire, I broke down like a baby.
Listen.
So much love for that guy there, and all he was Mike, the sound guy in the church.
You mentioned drugs. You mentioned drugs, and this is I need to say this. My father was a crackhead. I've said that 100 times. Everybody here know that my father was a crackhead, right? And he went into several drug rehab programs. But the drug rehab programs, what I realized about drug rehab program, the Catholic Church had a drug rehab program. The Salvation Army, which is a white church, had a drug rehab program.
It's not a drug rehab program. Sorry to tell you, it's not.
They had some program.
Yeah.
They had programs where the house people were trying. Now, I'm not saying that is the best. I have never seen a black church apart from the Nation of Islam. Tell me about the black churches with drug rehab program. I am lost.
There's some.
Tell me about the black churches with daycare for pregnant mothers who want to go back to school or want to go to work. Tell me about those programs.
That ain't gonna happen. They got daycare programs, but you gotta pay. They're not giving no breaks, no bargains.
No, but you understand what I'm saying. Then how are we supposed to move forward as a people? If you see a situation in our community where there are a lot of black girls who want to go back to school, who want to go out to work, who don't want to be on the welfare system.
I think
Why some of the money
that's just been a big part of our culture. You know what I'm saying? Just it's so many, man, I can't even tell you how many. Just take a block like Halsted is a major street, you know, out here in Chi. It's just, man, a million churches all through the hoods, you know, even going out to the south suburbs. It's, you know, predominantly black. It's a million churches.
How much programs they have? How much community programs these churches?
Well, I don't know. You know, of course, all, you know, I don't know every single.
You don't know all of them, but
I know a few. I know like Jeremiah Wright in them church. They do a lot for like brothers getting out the joint, But
oh, you talking about in DC? Jeremiah Wright.
No, Obama's
pastor. Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, African.
It's from Trinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremiah Wright. Well, he retired now. It's Otis Moss now, but
right.
You know, I know a lot. You know,
I know
they had programs, but Operation Push, they had programs for years. They still do, but you know, it is a saturation of, and we already know that it's a saturation of churches. It's like we all said once, you know, earlier on in the conversation. You know, everybody say they got a gift for this and that. Everybody want to preach, so.
I mean, Obama wasn't really a member. He all that came afterwards, man. He became president, but because, you know, that's the nature of politics. But he thought it would be cool, but it flipped on him. Because you know, they're going to make sure that never happens again. So it didn't matter what Obama said or Obama did. The day of his inauguration, the Republican Party did not go, and they was in a room in the Capitol about how they was going to stop that nigga from doing anything, and they did it. The only legislation he was able to get through was mixed marriage shit that they knew that people will crucify him over. So he definitely picked the wrong pastor out of DC. But like I say now, you know, I say wrong pastor because he, you know, it wasn't really where he was told to do that. It wasn't where his heart was, one way or the other. Or, you know, Obama didn't care about church. And he ain't no Muslim either. So, you know.
Has he been back to church since he's out of office?
I doubt it. I mean, he wasn't a church going as a senator. He wasn't a church going. He was an activist, man. He you know, Marshall. I mean, everybody know who his leader was. You know, he was communist. But, you know, I mean, you know, Obama did it, man. He did what Jesse Jackson them couldn't do. But if it wasn't for Jesse Jackson, there would never be an Obama.
Jesse Jackson's son is the
Jesse
biggest
Jackson
letdown.
won Washington, D.C.
Yeah, but guess what? Jesse Jackson's son is an asshole. Is an idiot. Is one of the biggest fool that existed.
You just pissed off the wrong people, man. That's all.
No,
You can't piss
Jesse.
off the right. You can't piss them off, man.
No,
Your
Jesse
friends,
Jackson's
they
son.
ain't, man.
Jesse Jackson's son knew that he's always being watched and observed.
Yeah.
And this dude took contribution money and bought fucking Rolexes for his wife and himself.
Yeah. Well,
That's one of the silliest bullshit in the world.
You know, I was watching this documentary. They say out in DC, they say, man, you basically got the most spies in the United States just in that concentrated area. I wouldn't want to talk on no phone, which we all have to talk on the phone. But man, I said, man, crazy.
You can't
You can
talk.
talk
You
on the
can't.
phone. Just don't say. Just you shouldn't be saying nothing crazy or incriminating.
Right. You shouldn't be saying nothing crazy.
the number one hated man in D.C. was Marion Barry.
Yeah.
No, but let's not overlook it. Is Marion Barry was a crackhead?
No,
Which
Marion Barry
one?
was not a crackhead.
He was smoking
one?
crack, right?
Huh?
Wasn't he caught smoking crack?
Yeah. I mean, they supplied it for him. He didn't want it. He turned it down.
He didn't smoke it. He
Yeah,
smoked crack.
He smoked.
Then he was a crackhead.
He
Let's call
wasn't-
it.
No,
If he
just
smoked
because
it,
he
he's a
smoked
cracker.
it, just because he smoked it. I mean, he wasn't
He wasn't
a daily.
addicted to it.
He was not a daily activity. He did some things with some women, especially Rashid, that bitch, excuse me, Reverend Moore's daughter, Adore. He was
Okay, look at this one here. Look at this one. In Florida, the last election for the governor of Florida, right, went up against the present governor, which is a white man. I can't remember his name, and this black dude. And the black dude lost by 2 percentage points. Do you know? Huh? Yeah, DeSantis and this black dude. The black dude lost by 2 percentage points. You know that you can almost call that a win for Florida. That a Democratic black man almost won Florida,
right,
from DeSantis. He lost like 2 or 3%. Right. After the election now, when this dude now supposed to be recuperating, getting his shit in order, and see how he can run and what he can do in the next election. They found this dude naked, passed out, in bed, high on drugs, fucking a man.
Yeah, he was with a transvestite.
No, he wasn't a man. A man. He came back with his wife and says he's struggling with his sexuality. Damn. Now my question to you, couldn't you take a plane if you wanted to suck some dick and go to Dominique and suck some dick? Go to Jamaica and suck some dick? Go to Trinidad and suck some dick? Do you understand what you stand for? Since you couldn't do without sucking some dick.
Why can't these guys just be real, man? You know, why can't these? I remember, man, when I was a young minister, I went to a career day that they had in Washington, D.C. And where they talking about you. So I'm going over there, I'm thinking I want to be a politician. So I sit down with a politician and he asked me, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm in ministry. Good, fantastic. That's just where you want to be at. And I'm sitting there looking at him. He's saying, yeah, man, because for us, that's that. If you want to get into politics, ministry is your launch pad. Because first of all, you got the votes of your church. So the whole thing, nothing is real. None of it. It's not real. All lies. From the Republican Party to the Democratic Party to the Independent Party, they're all lies.
No, but my problem with it, Pastor, is this. My significant problem with it is this, that One of the best movies that was ever made was The Wizard of Oz. I read the book, but for people who listen to it, I'm going to use the movie. Now, when in life you get the opportunity to look behind the curtain and you see what is going on behind the curtain, and you understand that this is bullshit, that is all smokes and mirror, that people are there who are there to ensure that people in the top stay on the top and people at the bottom stay at the bottom. You now have a responsibility to say, fuck this, I'm not participating here. I have to inform my people and let them know exactly how we can move forward. But we have sold ourselves. Give a black man $100 and you own him. Give a black man $1 million and you own him. Meaning that he cannot see himself going back to bologna after you have given him ham. And he'll do anything to ensure that he's always been eating ham and lobster. And if it means throwing his people under the bus, he's going to throw his people under the bus. But he's not going back to bologna. He's not leaving ham and lobster and go back to bologna. He's not leaving the turkey and going back to a sandwich. Right? That's my problem with our people. Is that they don't understand that other people made the struggles for generation in order for the people to be what the people are. When the Irish came here in America 100 years ago, 200 years ago, it was because of a potato famine. They came poor, and they sacrificed and they struggled. And now, them is some of the richest people in terms of middle class, right? The average population wealth, average income is like $70,000. They live well.
Yeah. Well, we know what the Kennedys did with their potatoes.
Yes, but we know what they did with their potatoes. But we know what all of us, everybody in this room here, have a cousin who sold crack. What the fuck did he do with his crack money? We know what the Kennedys did with the potato. What did Boo Boo the Fool do with his crack money? Remember the Boo Boo the Fool? Remember your cousin Boo Boo the Fool? Who was driving the BMW?
They spend more money to keep them out of jail than they do.
Remember his BMW? Remember your cousin BMW and his leather suit and his Louis Vuitton shoe. So when we talk about what the Kennedys did with their money, what did the cousin Boo Boo the Fool did with his? All of us have that cousin. Pastor, didn't you have a cousin who used to sell drugs?
Yeah, matter of fact, I called myself a drug dealer, but I was more of a user than a dealer.
Right. No, but didn't some serious money come into your cousin's eye?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I seen.
What did he do with it? What did he do with his money? Did he buy some land?
No.
Did he buy a cow?
He bought cars, clothes, jewelry, trips, travel.
All right, so pause. What's his name, other brother? The other brother that's in the room. What's his name?
Eric.
Eric. Do you have a cousin who sell drugs?
Yeah.
Did he get some serious money in his hands?
Yeah, they ain't do nothing with it.
What he did with it? Not one fucking thing. All of us in here have a cousin who used to sell drugs. Or a friend. What they did with the money?
That one though. We got that one.
That one that did what?
Listen, they don't know where he's at. He could be dead. Went by the name of Frank Matthews. But one thing they do know, the FBI didn't get him.
No, but how much money?
The drug administration didn't get him.
Yeah, but guess what? That don't mean shit. Because a seed that is not planted in the ground to allow it to shoot into a plant don't mean shit. A seed in a bottle is still a seed in a bottle. A seed in the ground is that the difference. The Kennedy took their seed and put it in the ground.
Yeah.
And then they have Camelot and Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah.
Right? We took our seed and did what we did with our seed.
Yeah.
What we did with it.
Kennedy's are the right shade, though.
But you know what? You know what, though, Stupies, I've heard you for quite a bit tonight. You know, to be fair, you know, there is a lot of Black successful people in the United States.
Of course, I will never disregard that. But this is the thing about Black people.
I don't, you know, I just don't want the whole.
No.
No. Hold on, pause. I heard you talk for a little bit. I'm just saying, I don't want the whole vibration to be, what can we do and this and that. It's a lot that we have done. It's a lot just coming up through slavery. It's a lot that we've done and accomplished. So I hear what you're saying, but you can't make a blanket statement for, you know, for everything. It ain't in other words, what I'm trying to say is not a doom and gloom for every situation, brother.
True, let me answer. I apologize if it came off as that, because even in Jamaica, we are very successful Black people. And Black people internationally is known for one thing. We are known for one thing. Whether it want to be Jamaica, whether it want to be Trinidad, whether it want to be Africa, whether it want to be Haiti, whether it want to be a village in Zamunda. Once you give a black nigger a sustainable wealth, you know what that fucker does?
Goes right back to it.
No. Let me go back to it, because you're talking about those successful fuckers. I have a word for them too. Those fuckers group together and act as if the shit don't stink. They act as if the shit don't stink. They act as if the grandmother wasn't picking cotton. And that's not a lie. I dare you to say I am lying. That successful Black people all over the world act as if the shit don't stink. It's not doom and gloom. This is message for them. But it is what it is.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, you ain't got to apologize to me. I mean, it's all good. I'm just saying, overall,
overall,
like,
we have a lot of successful Black people. I said it earlier. That's
one issue that I have with a lot of Israelite brothers. They keep talking about the curses, but they never read the curses leading up to it. What about the blessings? They stick on the curses. That ain't everybody's story. You feel me?
No, listen. Black people run relay. Let me explain what I mean by Black people run relay. Black people run the 4x1, meaning that if they're in the race, if they oftentimes achieve a level of success, they tend to pass it on to their children. And the children tend to get better than them until the children reach a certain level. Not all Black families have achieved that, but that's the goal of most Black families, that the children will do better than them. But when those one get successful and at the finish line, those fuckers act like it's just the shit don't stink. And we have a lot of them. But I understand why. Because it is difficult. It is difficult to ask somebody who made sacrifices, whose mother was a seamstress or a helper, and she sent her son to college. And her son, now children went to college. And those people are middle class or upper middle class. It's hard to ask her to make sacrifices or to understand why somebody who was in a far better position than her children gangbanging. I understand that. You understand what I'm saying? You make sacrifices for your children.
Absolutely.
It is hard for you to have sympathy for people who was in a better position than you. And the children is a fuck up.
I mean, we all on this line, you know, the brothers that's on here, I've heard their story quite a bit, and all of them has been, you know, men taking care of their family. Like we said earlier,
Right.
Apostle was saying it too, and Unbiased has said it quite a bit, you know, over the last couple of weeks we've been, you know, talking on these lines, you know. Look at our self, you know, it started at home first. So my kids will be 25 and 20 in February. You know, I didn't brought them up. You know, of course, I'm gonna always give them wisdom to my best of my ability, but they gotta, hey, I done passed the torch. They got to take it from there. So it's, look at yourself in the mirror and take your own self accountability at the end of the day.
Mine's 42, 34, and 24.
So you two gentlemen will understand what I'm saying. My son is still in high school. I'm a late starter. Right? No, you don't understand what I'm saying. It's like, all right, growing up, this was a situation that happened. Like my wife had a friend who used to come to our house with like 4 children. Like on a Saturday, they would come over to the house and watch TV, play video games, fool around the computer, do house homework. This was when I was back in Jamaica. And one day, the children were quarreling. I didn't say nothing big. I didn't say nothing. I just said, okay. I said, all right. They were quarreling over the game. It's my son's video game. And they were quarreling that he's not allowing them to play. He's not allowing them to play. And she said to me, like, afterwards we went into the kitchen and she said to me that, your son is selfish. Your son is selfish. He should learn how to share. And my response to her was this: your pussy is loose. You should have learned how to shut the fuck it up. Because it is not his responsibility to be there for your 4 children who you can't buy a game.
Wait a minute, your son and her children?
Yes. They come to the house like he's playing his video game and they wanted to play. And like they started saying that he's not sharing, he should be sharing.
And what was your remark?
No, to the mother. That she needed to shut her pussy up. She have too much kids.
Damn.
No, because
but wait a minute, stupid. You talking about basketball players?
Yeah, I'm telling you. What's the sense of brotherly love in your household, man?
No. This. Honestly, I know I came off like a hypocrite for that. I know that's what I'm honest. Wait
a minute, man. You talking about $100 million basketball players in a video game?
No, this is what I'm saying. I am saying this, that we understand the communities and I understand our situation at the time. And I was wrong. Because I have to come out, I was wrong. And afterwards, just to my apologies, I was wrong. Your situation is your situation. And it is what it is. But at the same time, this girl had on a new hairstyle every 2 weeks.
Does she work?
Yeah, she works. But her priority wasn't her children. Her priority was her hairstyle and her dress. Right. So when it come back now, when I look at it, I look at the big picture, and I'm talking about the basketball players.
Don't you want your woman looking nice, stupid?
Look, natural hair is the nicest looking thing in the world.
Yeah, but you gotta still go
to tissue. No. A black girl with natural hair.
Yeah, but they gotta go to the beautician
in the world. Yeah, I understand that they have to go to the beautician, but it costs less and they can maintain it. It takes time, but it is the prettiest. When you see a black woman with natural hair and it's well taken care of, it's that's the best crown a black woman can put on her head. That synthetic Indian crown that black women wearing now.
Ain't nothing like a dirty bush. You know what I'm saying? It ain't nothing like a dirty afro.
Wow.
I mean, you laying in bed and shit, and you, what the fuck is that smell? But last time you wash that shit.
Oh man.
No. All right. Remember when the women used to put in braids? How long these braids stay in some women here? When they put in the braids, how long they stay in the hair?
Yeah, a long time. A lot of them.
Yeah. A lot of them stay in there 2 months.
That shit done every 2 weeks. Hopefully they get it done every 2 weeks.
So you're a fan of wigs. You're a fan of the mesh front then, Pastor.
Huh?
You like the mesh front wigs with the Indian hair.
What, wigs?
Yeah.
No, no, no. I'm not that type of man. And she looks nice and she feels good about herself. I don't
I'm
need
not a,
with you know, I don't need,
all right.
but just
All right.
take care of yourself.
My
Clean
wife,
yourself, wash
my
yourself.
my wife processor here. I'm not a fan of it. I have to be honest. I'm not a fan of it. I tell her I don't really like it. She insists on processing her hair, but that's what she does. But if she know was supposed to get those 42 inches, those real housewife of Atlanta wigs that she played with that you see them sitting down with and playing with every minute, playing with it, putting it out of them face, straighten it to the side. I'm not a fan of that bullshit. I'm not a fan of the real housewife of Atlanta.
My first wife was a model, and the makeup. I mean, she looked like a different woman. So she was beautiful without makeup, but with makeup, she looked like she can go on any Ebony magazine she wanted to. But
Ebony girls weren't wearing wigs.
my wife now today, she don't wear makeup. She do get a perm. She doesn't need it, but her hair's thick, so yeah, she do need it. But she's high yellow. Both parents were very light skinned, bougie black folk, uppity type people. So, but first wife, everything had to be perfect, right, and exact. She had clockwork on the beautician, had that thing on speed dial. Tracks, non-tracks, braids, it don't matter. I mean, every week she had something different going on.
So you got brainwashed into the wigs. You think that the only time black women look good is unless they have on a real housewife of Atlanta.
I didn't understand half of what you said, but I agree with you.
Do you know the real housewife of Atlanta?
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
You know the hairstyle those ladies wear?
All them women are ugly.
No, do you like the hairstyles that they wear?
No. I think them some ugly behind women. All of them. Even Potomac. I just think all of them. They just ugly. And the ones that just ain't ugly is so ugly from the inside and nasty. And I'm talking about now the hip hoppers. Even the children are just obnoxious, would do anything, would degrade themselves for $1. And it doesn't make any sense, man.
No, we're talking about the hairstyle.
I'm talking everything about it, man. All of them.
No. Are you a fan? No, I just want to know, are you a fan of that hairstyle? Are you a fan? Are you a fan? Are you a fan of those hairstyles?
Like I said, I like my wife, but I want my wife to be as natural as possible. She don't need to be putting on no horse hair on her head in order.
All right. Let me ask the other brother who is in there. Are you a fan of the Real Housewife of Atlanta hairstyle?
No, I ain't a fan of that show, but
the hairstyles.
Oh, the hairstyles. I mean, my daughter, she do hair, so she has, she has extensions of different things, different hairstyles. So I don't want to be no hypocrite or nothing. I would rather have her be natural, but I love her. So,
No, that's her business. I understand that. She's advertising her business.
Yeah, right. But I wouldn't just women that had them hairstyles. Just me. It's just I wouldn't. It ain't that deep for me. It's like that's what they want to wear. That's what they want to wear.
Yeah.
It don't make them no blacker. It don't make them more non-black. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing about it, we all influenced by this Western culture.
Right.
So you like the Negro piano. The Negro piano.
You say Negro
Negro.
Negro piano. Negro and Europe.
Oh, Negro piano.
I ain't never heard that. Yeah.
Yeah. These women get
He's
up.
one kind of guy, man. You know.
These women get up and put on those hairstyles. I'm not a fan of it. I am not a fan, honestly.
What gets me?
What do you think? What do you think, Stu Pease? It seems like you take a real hard line on things.
No,
Do you
no,
think
no. I don't think. No,
no,
no.
do you think we do you I was gonna ask, do you think we need to go back to wearing like dashikis and sandals and stuff?
I think that we need to go back to individuality. Let me see what I mean by individuality. Most people nowadays are not original. Let me mean by not original. If you go out to the club today and let's sit down, let's say three of us was at the bar at the club and we're having a drink. And we turn around, we're talking to the bartender, and we all three turn around simultaneously. All the girls would look alike. There is no individuality, meaning that all of them would have on the same hair, the same eyelash, and the same dresses in different color. There's no individual style. Everybody look alike. So even if the sizes might be different, but they wear the same costumes. Right. And the ones who have money, who can afford to get the BBL, all of them shape alike. And that's my problem with it, is that it's like they conform into a system that they feel look good. And to most people, it don't. There's no individuality. There's no sense of unique style. It is dictated by the marketplace. If one person have on a yellow 28-inch long, they're going to have on a blue 28-inch long, and the same tight dress, and the same shoes, and the same bag. There's no individuality. There's no individual style. That's my problem with it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the brothers said on Star Show earlier, and I commented on it. I think the brother named Quash, he was saying how even in China and Asia on TikTok, they'll show more educational things. And I had commented and said, well, you know, we live in the Western culture. We more of an entertainment type society. So, you know, it's in the fashion capitalism, you know what I'm saying? It's different values and norms in each culture. So you got an uphill battle if you think everybody gonna change.
Remember the first time I watched Soul Train?
Yeah.
Remember Soul Train? Did any two girls look alike on Soul Train? Did any two girls dress alike on Soul Train?
I mean, yeah, but you had a lot of people with afros. They look the same.
No, not Afro. Didn't know. I'm talking about the style. Go back and watch our episode, and if you don't, just go back, type in Soul Train on YouTube and look at an episode. Every girl had their own individual style. It wasn't dictated by what society thinks look good. A girl wear what looked good on her and what she felt good in. So she looked different. Black girls back in the past, everybody had their own style. Now everybody is on this same assembly line of looking like pieces of shit. There's no uniqueness to it.
Yeah, I got you. I feel the same way, even with like a lot of these podcasts. Not a big thing is like smoking weed or rolling a blunt. It's like, what's so deep about that? Everybody want to smoke. You know what I'm saying? It's like everybody doing the same thing.
The same thing. Everybody doing the same thing.
I feel you on that.
They went on Vlad. Vlad started it first, Vlad TV. And they realized how successful Vlad was. And everybody said, no, I can do this too. And I like it, right? I like that everybody branching out. But it's like reaction videos on YouTube. Somebody would listen to one song and react to one song. And when you look next week, 100 people reacting to the same song, acting like it's the first time they heard this song. Reaction videos. Right?
Remember they was having a couple of years ago the ice bucket challenge, and a lot of people.
Right. There's no individual, there's no imagination. And as a result of the lack of imagination, it bleed into everything else. The music, the rap music, every rapper now sound alike. Because there's no individuality, there's no individual style. Back in the day, you could hear the first beat in a song, the first line, not even the first line, the first word. You could say, oh, that's that person. That person rap like that. That person sing like that. No, what we have here is a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy.
Yeah, what was your thoughts on Deion Sanders? I had no problem with what he did.
My problem with Dion is this, right? I understand what Dion did. Dion is about Dion. Dion is about Dion. And once you establish that Dion is about Dion, you don't have a problem. Right? Dion thing is that he's going into coaching and he's going to make some money. He happened to use the avenue that was available to him, Jackson State, because nobody else was hiring him as a college coach. Jackson State hired him. He brought in talent to the school. He won a couple of games, a couple of bowls, and he got notoriety. And it increased the interest in the school. But he realized that he can now move on to greener pastures, and he moved on. Now, my question is, what if Martin Luther King thought that way? What if Harriet Tubman thought that way when she went over to Canada? Where would we be? But it is what it is. I don't hold it personally against him.
Yeah, I know a lot of people. I know Dr. Umar, he went on the Breakfast Club and kind of snapped. I watched like 2 minutes of it and I had enough. But I'm like, one thing about it, a lot of us in our community, we complain about the representation of Black coaches in higher D1 programs. So it's like, what did you expect him to stay? First of all, they broke in the man office twice. I mean, what did you expect him to stay down there? You want to see people do better.
And it come back to this. It come back to that. But guess what? The D1 program is not our program. It's their program. Just like how the NFL is not our program. It's their program. Just like how the NBA is not our program. We might have 100,000 Black men running with the ball. It don't matter. The NBA can fire Steph Curry tomorrow morning. It might take a hit for a while, but they will survive. The NFL can fire any quarterback, Black quarterback. They might take a hit tomorrow, but guess what? They will survive because every player is expendable. The shield, the program, the NFL shield is what is important. The NBA logo is what is important. I can put the logo on anybody and put them on the news and they'll become a star. When they were tired of Allen Iverson, Allen Iverson, when he left the game, still had many good years left. But they were tired of him. And they put him out of the game. Because he's not bigger than the game. He's not bigger than the shield, he's not bigger than the logo. That's not our shit. And that's why a lot of people were kind of mad at Dion, because he kind of showed what our shit could become. But then let's be real. The stadium was full. The stadium was full during the games, and the ticket sales don't reflect it. People were just giving tickets, selling tickets backdoor to their friends. There wasn't any money making, right? He has to be watching the gate. It was too much for him to do. I understand that. But it's like when I tell people that Barry Garden had Motown Records. Motown Records is one of the biggest recording company. Their catalog can be held up against any catalog. Motown. Am I wrong or right?
Absolutely.
the strongest. I can put it. I will say the strongest catalog ever. I would go as far as to say that. If we go back through and look at the artists that came through Motown, Motown have the strongest catalog ever. Right? But then he sold the company. Who did he sell the company to? Black people? No, he sold the company to white people. So that legacy is no longer ours. Motown don't mean shit to me and you anymore. Because the legacy belongs to other people of other races. BET. BET is another company. Strong catalog, was doing well, was doing very well. Husband and wife struggled for years, made this company a great company. It could have branched off in so many different things. They sold the company. Did they sell it to a black conglomerate as a group of black people? No. They sold it to white people. So they slaved for years to make this company what it was, and they sold it to white people.
I mean, but that's who had the capital to buy it. I mean, it's very few of us. I mean, let's just be honest, very few of us that own these. What is it, one black owner in the NBA? You know, of course, Michael Jordan. You know, it's very
But
few.
Michael Jordan is not in 100% owner.
No, he doesn't. No, he's the majority owner now. As of a couple of years ago, he's the majority. Yeah, he's the only black majority owner in the NBA. That's facts.
Yeah, but Michael Jordan is not a black person. And black is black in color, but Michael Jordan was never black.
What is he?
Michael Jordan is green. Michael Jordan has always been green.
Well, come on, brother. I mean, you want it both ways, man. Wait a minute.
There is
Hold on.
nothing black about Michael Jordan is green.
Right, but hold on. We live in a capitalistic society, brother.
But
That's
even although
just part of business, bro. I mean, it's good. Don't be very limited, people. If you looking to sell something, yeah, your options are going to be limited. You got to have the capital. Everything ain't a racism issue. If you don't have the capital, you just don't have it.
Listen, Shaq is blacker than Michael Jordan. Shaq is blacker than Michael Jordan. And Shaq is way blacker than Michael Jordan. In their view, how they think. Michael Jordan is green.
So, was Michael Jordan black when he first came into the league?
No, Michael Jordan was never black.
So when he was in college, was he black?
As soon as they identified his talent, he was no longer black. As soon as they identified that this dude is a very talented dude. Kobe wasn't black either. There's nothing black about Kobe.
But I want to ask you this. It's a lot of us that they call quote unquote black, but was we putting in the work with Michael Jordan when he was in the gym, putting in the work?
No, I don't have no problem with him putting in the work. I understand what he is.
Right. So I mean, why does that have to? I understand you going as far as like to a class issue, but to far as to just say,
Michael Jordan.
I don't know really any NBA players that live like within an inner city, or what would you look for to say?
No, it's not inner city. It's not inner city. It's not inner city.
I'm trying to understand
Okay.
what would be No, let me ask you, what would satisfy you to say, oh, that person's black, an entertainer or a sports athlete?
All right, let me tell you who is black. Let me tell you who is black. Remember that dude with 10 rings on the Celtic?
Bill Russell.
Bill Russell is black. Remember that tall dude with the skyhook?
Yeah,
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar,
yeah.
he's black.
Oh, so only those.
No. We can't go further. We can't come to other younger people. Black is sometimes, it's not that you give back to the community, but black is that your accessibility. Your accessibility. Michael Jordan is not a role model to black youth. You might have the Michael Jordan, every now and then have a Michael Jordan basketball team. But Michael Jordan not accessible to black people. Michael Jordan is unaccessible to black people. He don't make himself available to black people. I'd go as far as to say, what that coon, I won't call him a coon. He played for the Ravens, Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis is blacker than Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Well, Michael Jordan don't make himself accessible. Sometimes you don't have.
What billionaire? I mean, Oprah Winfrey, Bob Smith. I mean, it's very few. Like we said, I mean, Tyler Perry. It's very few black billionaires. I'm just trying to see if you just go to a millionaire.
Tyler Perry.
Who was a
Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry is black.
Yeah, he created thousands of jobs for black folks.
Tyler Perry is black as obsidian.
But
You know what obsidian
what I'm
is?
trying to understand, so you think they should be more vocal and accessible as far as like talking on social issues?
Of course. Of course. Of course. You know one of my favorite basketball players?
Who?
Stephen Marbury.
Oh yeah, I like stuff.
Stephen Marbury. That is a black man.
He's the greatest point guard out of New York City.
Stephen Marbury, when he was a star, when Stephen Marbury was a star, Stephen Marbury looked around and Stephen Marbury said, this bullshit cannot continue. This is bullshit. And Stephen Marbury said, I am going to invest my money that I make playing basketball. You don't have to pay me shit. And I'm going to set up a series of store. But only one thing is quality control wasn't good. And I'm going to make sneakers for us, by us. And he made some nice little sneakers. I wish I had one right now. The other rocker, Stephen Marbury. And Stephen Marbury created a sneaker line for his people.
I got you.
But am I lying?
No. He created the Starberry shoes, yeah. But they bought them out. They was only $15. Then they bought them out.
$15.
Yeah, he made them accessible for sure. But do you still think he's black now, even though he went over to China for the last 10 years?
He went to China. He left here because Stephen Marbury left just as how Dave Chappelle had to leave. Stephen Marbury made a mistake of looking behind the curtain. He went into the Emerald Palace and he looked behind the curtain and he realized that this is bullshit. This is bullshit. I can do better. And the system never forgive him. When Stephen Marbury went to China, there's an HBO documentary on Stephen Marbury in China. Right?
Yeah.
And at the time, people were talking about China. And Stephen Marbury increased the popularity of the game in China significantly. He played with the Beijing something for like 6 or 7 seasons. Until they said, listen, we appreciate you, Stefan, and we appreciate what you have done for our game. We are going to make you a coach. They made Stephen Marbury a coach. The people them showed gratitude and appreciation. You know that, right?
Yeah, they got a statue for him.
So it's not that Stephen Marbury went over to China. It's that when Stephen Marbury went to China, China embraced Stephen Marbury. China embraced Stephen Marbury. America tried to destroy him. Stephen Marbury was in his hotel room almost willing to commit suicide in America. And he went to China, and Stephen Marbury is a total different dude. Because once you look behind the curtain here, you get fucked. Don't look behind the curtain. Live your life and appreciate the foolishness going around. And say, yes, I have a car. I can go on vacation. Everything is all good. Once, Stephen Marbury is the next black man. And he opened the door for China for many other black athletes who were discarded here. Dwight Howard is in China. Many other athletes went to China after Marbury.
They went there because they was at the end of their career, a lot of them.
Yeah, a lot of them. But he showed them how to operate within the society. And you have never heard a fucked up thing about Stephen Marbury, even in China. Never heard him have an outbreak. Never saw him on TMZ. And the hypocrisy of it is that when the NBA wanted to expand the game in China, they went to Stephen Marbury. You know that, right?
No.
Of course.
No, Michael Jordan, the Dream Team, they expanded the game.
No, they expanded the game. Michael Jordan expanded the game when he went to the Olympics. And that was when? 88, 92? 92 Dream Team?
Yeah.
That was 92. The only thing Jordan, this generation knows nothing about Jordan's ability to play basketball. Your son knows nothing about Jordan's ability to play basketball. He has never seen Jordan play on TV. Never. He has never seen Jordan play. He knows nothing about Jordan.
They definitely don't know Marbury.
Right? They don't know Marbury either. But in China, they know Marbury. In America, they don't know Marbury. But Jordan didn't expand the game in China. They don't know nothing about Jordan in China. The only thing they know about Jordan is the sneakers. That these sneakers are valuable. That these overpriced bullshit sneakers are valuable. You come, right? People lining up to die over your sneakers. And you know that the scarcity is manufactured. The scarcity of Jordan sneakers is manufactured. It is not real. What they do is that they put out limited edition every year, X amount of pairs, to drive up scarcity. The same sneakers in different colors. Although they say that black children dying over them. When Jordan was asked, there was a player on the Chicago Bull team, an activist at the time. He was on the first team. I think he was the point guard. What's his name?
Craig Hodges.
Oh, Jesus, Father. Oh, Lord. Oh. Why are you testing? I know that, you know what you're doing? It's testing me now, to see how much stupids know. You know that you're testing me. And I'm passing your test. You must admit that. Am I passing your test?
No, you ain't gotta pass my test, brother. Hey.
No, but
I just think for us as a community, we look.
Remember the letter that
I agree with you that sometimes, yes, we do need to be out there socially active, but sometimes that's not everybody's call either, brother. Everybody ain't gonna be in front. You know, at one time they looked at they looked at Jackie Robinson at one time. A lot of people, they was mad at him, you know, for breaking the color barrier in baseball. But it's like, okay, what did you expect him to do?
Listen, Jackie Robinson is obsidian. Jackie Robinson is a black man. Jackie Robinson is a black man.
Oh, he a real brother. Okay.
Obsidian. Obsidian. Obsidian is the blackest thing that the black.
Okay.
Black. Because Jackie Robinson on the field played, and off the field, Jackie Robinson was a giant. Right? Ali was a black man, although he was a Muslim.
What did you grow up believing? Was you a Muslim or a Christian?
No, I grew up Christian.
Oh,
No, I
okay.
didn't grow up Christian. The thing about it is that I didn't start going to church until I was 12.
Oh, okay.
And I stopped going when I was 20, 22. Yeah, I didn't start going until I was 12. What happened is that my grandmother came to live with us. And my grandmother started to go to church. And she took my mother to church because every Sunday we used to go to the beach. Every Sunday we used to go to the beach. There was this person had a pickup, and all the kids used to pile up in the back of the pickup, and adults, and we used to go to the beach. And it used to be a fun activity to go to the beach every Sunday. And I had to go to church. But no. So, and then afterwards, no, I get older, start reading more.
Oh, okay.
And the thing about it is that I did not enjoy, because Jamaica have more churches per square mile than anywhere else in the world.
No, I believe.
And you look around and you ask, what are these churches doing for the communities? In one community, there's 4, 5, 6 church in a community, and 7 churches. And every Sunday, people get dressed up and gone to church. And the pastor, back in the day, the pastor was the only one who drove. Everybody else walked. Right? And I had a name. Well, yeah, you understand, think about it, like, right? Because cars wasn't so prevalent. Cars prevalent now, right? Or you have people who would had a neighbor every Sunday. There's this dish named Pyrex dish. I don't know if you know about it. It's like a serving platter. Every Sunday, this woman would go to the market. Every Saturday, she would go to the market, and she'd buy one of the biggest snappers you can find, snapper fish.
Uh-huh.
And every Sunday, she'd look after this fish. And pastor wife would drive up and collect our fish. The fish was so big that the tail was dropping off of the serving plate. A big fish, 5, 6 pound fish. And this woman never invite somebody around for dinner, but she makes sure that every Sunday the pastor had a fish. Just think about fish now. Like, if you go to the fish market and you're buying a fish, you're buying a 7 pound fish. It's like almost $120, $130 for just a fish alone. But that's the size of the fish, one huge, gigantic fish. Every Sunday, the pastor wife would drive up and collect the fish. They say, "Oh, no, thank you. I really appreciate it." It was like her additional contribution to the church.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like, in rural communities, people will have back in the day, like in my mother time, they would have eggs, and they would make sure get a tray of eggs for the pastor. You know, when they went to the field, they'll make sure that they get, fruits for the pastor, bananas, butter plantains, all of that, and they would come and give it to the pastor, and the pastor was looked upon as this special person. Right? But yet still, they didn't make any sacrifices for the people. That's my thing. And they still do it today. They still do it today. How much children going to college on the church bill? How many children going to college on the church bill? Right? The Potter's house. The Potter's house. His daughter just bought a house for $10 million. TD Jake's daughter bought a house for $10 million.
I can believe it. I can believe it.
No, do you understand what $10 million can do?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
When I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. What these churches doing? Which hunger they're feeding? Which thirst they're quenching? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely get it, brother. I definitely get what you're saying, bro.
Right? That's why when somebody jump up and say, "Oh, the church," the black church collects $1 billion every Sunday. $1 billion every Sunday. And the communities they live in look like shit.
Got you, bro. I'm gonna get ready to close. I'm biased. You
Yeah,
still there? I'm gonna get ready to get off here, man. I got to
yeah.
go.
Jump off. Yeah, later.
All right,
Anytime I
man.
want to jump off, we can talk politics and all kind of shit.
Yeah.
Um,
All right, man. I
And,
get back
and,
with
and
y'all,
the
man.
Jewish agenda. Are you a Christian?
Nah. Well, I grew up a Christian, and I was in the Hebrew stuff. I wasn't in no camp or nothing, but followed a lot of their doctrines and stuff like
So,
that. Influenced by.
so are you still a Hebrew?
Nah, man. I'm an independent. Ain't no title on me, man. I'm just an independent researcher, man.
You're just a thinker now, trying to
Yeah.
find your way through the smoke
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
exists.
I see too many holes in it, man. Once I seen not just that, but just some things in the Old Testament and New Testament was real different. So I started kind of having different viewpoints, once I kind of started reading on my own and reading some outside sources. So
Uh,
really got me
you look,
thinking about different things.
you look behind the curtain.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, it's 8 billion people in the world. Just because they don't believe like me, don't mean that they're going to hell.
You look behind the curtain. They never look behind the curtain because you cannot go back.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
no going back.
I
Yeah,
think
man,
it's
but I'm on
yeah.
all the time, so we can talk. All right.
All right, then, brother. Have a good one, man. Peace.
Respect. All right, and peace.
All right, peace.
Yeah. All right, this is the Stu P show now. Stu P is here by himself. So I have 5 minutes, can talk all the shit I want to talk. Has anybody seen Black Panther? I've not seen it as yet. I'm planning to go and watch it this Friday. I hope I'll enjoy it. Uh, hmm. Yeah, take care, good night, and have a wonderful night. Going to bed.